I don't know about you guys, but
They're pretty awesome.
Race cars are pretty awesome. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the GRG Esports 3 Hours of Monza, round 2 of the Summer Endurance Championship. We are currently in the free practice session, getting ready to roll our way over to the driver's briefing in about 15 minutes' time. So we're just watching cars as they roll around the racetrack, get their little warm-up installs put in, and see who can get underway. Looking at a tidy little grid of a few different cars you don't normally see. We have a Jaguar on the grid, and it's, the number 16 DSRT McLaren decides it wants to be a shovel there for a minute, going out into the gravel trap off of Lesmo 1. Joining us today is a newcomer to the booth. Welcome in. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name's Joe. Happy to be here today. Be an exciting one.
Yes, Joe, I think you said it is your first time doing a commentary role. And we will hopefully provide some good racing here for us to watch. Currently only 9 cards on the grid. There are a few more that are registered that we are waiting to hopefully hop in to the session before it is too far over. Of course, still 30 minutes before race start, 15 minutes before the driver's briefing begins, and for the driver briefing period, we will cut back to a blank screen for a short period of time. Our voices will go away, and we'll return once we get ready for the race action.
Definitely interested to seeing how this Jag does.
yeah,
Definitely
Can't recall
an
what.
unconventional choice, but I do know that it is a car that if you tune it up correctly, it can have some good straight line speed, which may help it around a track like Monza. It's also really good on the curbs, from what I remember. So, again, it could help it around a track like Monza quite a bit.
Yeah, I can't recall last time. I don't think we've actually had a Jag, or we might have had one in the form of HSP in previous GOG races, but I
Yeah, I
don't
believe that
recall.
we've had a couple Jags sign up for our spa events a couple years ago.
Yes.
And then I think that we had a Jaguar during the Zandvoort race, the 2-hour solo driver sprint that we had.
Let's see.
But I don't really recall us having, maybe during the Trick or Treat 24-hour as well. But I also don't recall that all too well.
What are you guys' predictions on who's going to be fastest around here?
Well, the number 1 team wears number 1 because they won. They think that they are quite fast. So, I mean, that's a good sign, as to have confidence, in yourself. So I would say that is a team to watch. The Audi's always quite quick in the straight line. Of course, the other team to watch that's always going to be quick in a straight line, those BMWs. They have a big ol' haul down the straightaway. And then, of course, this McLaren, it's low, it's slippery, and it's a car that is hard to overtake around a track like Monza because it has really good legs. It gets down straights really well, but also because it's low and it's slippery, it doesn't give off a huge turbulent wake behind it. So the slipstream effect is also quite minimal off this car, making it quite difficult to overtake unless if you can really be right up behind it and then outbrake it, because the McLaren does lack a bit under the braking zones. So that would be really your one opportunity, but I think really it's going to be one of those cases of get up front, stay up front, quite contrary to what you would imagine at a track like Monza, but with the way the GT3 spec works, and at least to my knowledge in this game, it's definitely it's good to be out front and have that clean air and kind of have right to the racetrack in comparison to others. But really don't know what to expect here. The Bentleys can always surprise you, especially because they have the large fuel tank, and we were just discussing this a bit prior to the race, but some teams are electing to go for 3 drivers, some electing to go with 2 drivers, and of course in a 3-hour event, going with a 3-driver setup is basically guaranteeing you into 3 stints, which means you'll have to make 2 pit stops. Just mandatory, you must make 2 pit stops in order to hit the minimum drive time. So for teams of 2, they have the ability to possibly get 90 minutes out of that first stint and then be able to make that second stint last also another 90 minutes and make it a 1-stop 2-stint race. So really it's going to be just how well can these teams manage it. And again, specifically with that Bentley, it is notorious for having a large fuel cell. And there were some changes in a recent update to the game that was supposed to kind of help BOP that a little bit, but I'm not sure as to how well it worked.
I have yet to actually review most of the BOP in terms of what they did change. They had a lot of recent updates. I don't quite know what they entailed when they did the one. Not 817. 815 would have been the BOP change.
I wonder if the 3-driver teams will try to implement like a quali map and just go balls to the wall.
Yeah,
that might be a strategy. Yeah.
That's got to be your strategy. If you're going with 3 drivers, then you just gotta just full push, full burn every lap, nonstop, and hope the car holds up. In those cases, where in order to make that 90 minutes, you may have to do a little bit of lifting coast, maybe a fuel map change. It's not too much of a hindrance, especially again in the cars with the bigger fuel cells. But it definitely isn't. But then again, though, it is Monza. It's a track where you're on the throttle a lot, so this will be one of the harder tracks to get that long fuel stint out of. Obviously, a track like Suzuka, we saw most cars be able to go 90 minutes, some even making it 115 minutes on their fuel. But that's a track where it's a lot more kind of coasting and rolling the corners in comparison to Monza, where it's accelerate, brake, accelerate, brake. So definitely going to be hard to make the fuel work in your favor without some form of saving tactic coming in.
Now I'm trying to look at our list of drivers from the last race. Let's see. Off pace, the 22 car there we have, as well as, don't see the 13 car today, but the 14th car of Perette's racing team. They were there last month in Silverstone, and I believe those are up. Jess Gardner actually in the form of Alex Algarol. There are our 3 returning teams from the previous race.
Porsche's not going to have too good of a time out here.
Yeah, they had pretty decent pace at Silverstone last month. They had a bad start, but ended up coming back through the field and finishing 5th, I believe, 5th or 4th. 4th, where they finished.
That's how you have to set up the car with the Porsche on this track. It's very, very deadly. If you're not...
Yeah, I know I'm not much of a Porsche driver. I know one of our drivers, Mike, really loves that car to death, and I'm just like, I can't quite get with it, but, teach their own, I guess.
It's definitely my go-to with GT3.
We have a more diverse grid as well this time around, comparatively to the previous round. I know Case mentioned we see the Jag, but the Audis, we don't have quite as many Audis and BMWs as we did last round.
How are the Audis really making waves in the pro scene? Seems to be a very dominant car in most races, especially in race space.
Yeah, I did a little, test drive when it came out, and was like, this does not drive like any of the other Audis, and it drives fairly well. It doesn't have the same kind of weight transfer oversteer characteristics of it, which I thought was nice. So
Felt very good over the curbs as well.
mm.
We're in some racing here between the McLaren and the Bentley.
Yes, let's see where they at on track. The 222, I believe, is that Bentley? Yes. Oh, they're actually fairly on pace with those guys, only about 800th behind, if that. I have not seen them race with us before. I believe that is Adam Long from Ireland, racing for the Wilson Kona. Wilson, I had the list. Why is it running away from me? Wilson Kona Sport. Yeah, okay, I did have that right. Along with his teammate Sean Bartley, also from Ireland. They are new to the GOG Racing team, and it seems like they've done a lot of races there with PRL previously. So they have a proven track record in ACC endurances.
So far, we have the top three separated by only 4/10. Good to see.
Yeah, everyone top fourth and a second there as well. I know. Oh gosh, I wish I had the qualifying results. Actually, I should have the qualifying results from the previous round. I believe everyone was within about a second or two in the entire grid. Events. Qualifying. Let's see. Oh no, never mind. The lead car had a 2-second gap on everyone else, but everyone else after that was within about a second to two. They're covering the entirety of the grid, which is good to see. It's always nice to see, drivers close on pace. Obviously, we won't see their entire pace here in practice, but we'll probably get a good estimate of where they could be. Currently trying to solve some server issues for some people, so why we're a little quiet. Wait,
some drivers are having loading issues where whenever they try to connect to the server, it just kind of blanks out the screen and then loads them back to the home screen, is what it seems like. Which is definitely not an ideal situation, but I'm not really sure the solution for such a problem, because the only time I've ever personally experienced that was some sort of lag or anything like that. Where I was having my own personal internet issues that was causing me to not connect to the server. It is interesting seeing at least what seems like multiple people running into the same problem.
Yeah, I haven't seen this issue where, I've had an issue where the game does, you're joining the server and then it crashes. And it's mainly done it when the British GT track pack came out, and it was a whole missing file error where I had to verify the files on.
We could always attempt a server restart via SimRacing GP, right?
Yes, and that is possible. And I think what we'll do is we'll end up skipping practice.
Yeah, so if it is possible to still relaunch it. So I think you can only do it for so many minutes, right? It might be too late to do so.
No, I think we did it right about last time here.
So if it is possible to do a relaunch of the server, we can do that during the driver's briefing, which begins in 2 minutes time. And then we will attempt to resolve the issues with the people live, and then get through it, skip through free practice, go straight into the next session, and get underway with the event. But we do have a driver's briefing that begins in 2 minutes time, so we will be dropping off of the stream for just a short while, and we will be back with that hopefully completed and solved. All right, we are back, and hopefully the session is underway. There were a couple of small hiccups there, but I do believe that we have everybody working correctly now, as Thomas decides to come join in the chat, saying thrilling stuff here as we were watching the banner board exist. But you know what? That's probably going to be the closest racing we'll see all day outside of lap 1. But yeah, we are watching the cars roll on track now, and I do believe that the skin pack is installed and works correctly. So there are some nice looking cars on this grid as well. And I believe that we have everybody in. There's one ongoing issue. The 14 car joined, appeared to have had a disconnect and has now rejoined as the 15 car. So hopefully that's not too much of an issue, but as long as they can still perform their driver swap, it's okay. I would say that's the biggest issue they got to worry about, is whether or not this car can perform the driver swap. I mean, I have this turned way up, Thomas, so it would either be the other stream that you're in is just ridiculously loud, or you have us turned down on the actual Twitch player. But yeah, I have the audio literally maxed on OBS, so it can't go physically any louder.
I blame Keyshawn for that issue personally. You know,
Everything is Keyshawn's fault.
it's always Keyshawn's fault. You know this by now.
Well, actually, Dom joined during the driver's
Oh,
briefing.
it was Dom's fault. You're right.
Yeah, he joined during the
forgot about
driver's
that.
briefing.
Did we lose the Lambo driver?
Yeah, Alex, I DM'd him. I don't know quite if he went somewhere or what, but he's somewhere. I don't know where. I just asked him if he got the message or not. So, oh.
Sadie's looking a little adventurous around the enough.
As long as car
That's it.
15 has a driver swap that does function, then we are more than fine to advance at this stage.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
I do just want to verify that they are good to go. If not, we can do it how we've done it before, where we say that, like, car 15 runs their stint, leaves, has the other driver join as a new car, and then we just merge their results at the end, just for the sake of not having to restart the server again.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just more so an issue of trying to figure
So
out.
I think we're in a position where we're good to advance into qualifying, I believe, and get this underway. Welcome in, Top
Yes.
Nerd, his first time chatter. Be sure you've hit that follow button and shared the stream around if you can. I've got to fix that Nightbot because we no longer use rack server
I was about to say.
stickers.
It's fine.
I mean, those links will still work if you do use them and use our affiliate codes. They will still work, but
One driver can't find the server.
I do like the way that this this car looks. Why am I blanking on what the name of this cartoon is?
Oh, we talked about it last race.
I wasn't here last race, so.
I know.
What? I hate that I can't think of it. I know what it is. I'm blanking on the name, but I like the theme. It looks good.
It's the 14 car you're on about, correct?
The 13 and the 14.
Yes. Why am I blanking on it? Didn't they talk about last race?
Using up all the
Muttley,
track here in the DSRT SimX Pro car.
What's their show? Wacky Races.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. the McLaren, this is your car of choice, correct, Ethan?
What? Sorry.
The McLaren is your car of choice in the GT3 category?
Honestly, it's kind of just anything. I would say anything, but McLaren, Lexus, maybe the Lambo. It really kind of just. I don't drive this game all that often, but if I do, it's probably those 2 or 3 cars that I usually stick with. And they're all different because 2 are mid-engine, but then one's front engine.
I'll say, that's a very wide variety of how the cars drive.
I used to like the old Ferrari, and then it got killed when the new Ferrari came out.
Yeah, the new Ferrari is so much better.
His game crashes when they try to swap. Interesting.
If you want to explain what we'll do then with the driver swap, if they're okay with that.
That's low.
Of just have the driver leave and the other driver join, and then we'll merge results at the end.
If that was I know what you're talking about, but I don't think.
It won't register on Sim Racing GP, but it'll register for our personal results.
No, I don't think it'll register in general. Is what I mean in terms of.
We've done it before.
Wait. They're back in the 14 car. Okay. Wait. We're getting somewhere.
Okay, Gonzalez is in the 14. That's a good start.
Whose car game crashing C rolls? Or C core. Core. Words are hard.
There we go, top third. Hit the follow button. Man, Nightbot going ham right now.
About to say, I think it's Nightbot is based off of how many messages get sent within a certain period of time.
Yeah.
Interesting.
At the start of the stream, it'll make it look like this, but once the stream gets going, then they'll be separated by like 10 minutes. But because this is the first time that they are being posted, they're all kind of together.
Yeah, interesting. So their game crashes when he tries to driver swap. What the heck?
Well, that would be because of the entry list issue, so they would go and perform the swap, because now they're back to the 15.
Yeah, I don't.
That they would go and they would perform the swap, and whenever the other driver gets in the car, it like doesn't actually know where to put them, causing the game to crash because their number, like they're technically registered to a different car than the one that they're trying to be assigned to, and the entry list JSON breaks.
Yes, if they crash their entry, what it looks like the car will change. Just a restart helps.
But I do think we should be getting on to qualifying here.
Yeah.
Get it underway.
Unless we.
Green light. Give it all you can.
Oh, stop opening that. Well, that was we're creating a whole number. Did I merge the driver swap? As we see, triple two, first car out, and no, that's just my screen playing tricks on me. I thought there were lines coming down as if rain. And it's not the case, however.
So, one of your favorites are pole?
I mean, it's going to be hard to argue against the McLaren, who we saw fast in the earlier practice session. The track is rather warm now in comparison to where it was during the practice session. And I know warmer conditions will kind of favor more towards the slightly lighter cars, as I can't English very well. So perhaps the Honda or Audi can find their way up towards the front as well. But really, it's kind of a toss-up whenever you come into these events, as the Lexus takes way too much of the curve there, getting those tires nice and warm.
I really hope the Jag gets it, just because it'd be amazing.
That would be great if our Jag can manage to come with the upset pole. It would be nice to have a different car sit up front in comparison to normal. Overcast day here in the Autodromo. What, Nazionale di Monza, I think is the proper name of the track.
Yeah, let's open it up on iRacing, because iRacing loves to spell it out.
I'll just say you can probably Google it.
It's easier to load iRacing.
I feel like you just heard the ears of many Italians out there.
Yes, I did. So,
Me included. No, just kidding.
you're welcome to
Autodromo
all of our
Nacional
Italian
Monza.
viewers.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you
we
for
have
the
a
follow,
few
Joe,
actually.
and I'm gonna assume it's Love Arc. Totally just smacked my microphone, and I apologize.
We have an Italian team in here actually. Where are they at? Nope, those are Belgians. Or Bulgarians. I thought we had Italians. Unless they withdrew. Nope, error 104. That's our Italian team. Matteo Verselli and Roberto Polsanella? I probably butchered that one. But you know, it's there. Not the person to ask for names and pronunciations.
Oh, big ol' oversteer there. Way too much speed into the second chicane for the 208. I'm going to kick the rear end around, losing their first lap here.
Luckily, get out of the way of everybody there.
Lexus is definitely a squattering disadvantage in this track.
Lexus is actually very decent in the wet when I drove it around here, but that was many moons ago.
Yeah, I
And
never
we are in the
know
dry.
how this game works. It seems like with every update that they change something within the BOP, and it definitely seems to vary largely on what is good and bad at different moments.
Mm-hmm.
As we have this bumper cam, which really gives you a sense of speed over the curbs there at Ascari. I don't know why my game has these bumper cams showing up rather than the dashboard cam, but I am going to be content with it for this moment. We got a slow Beamer just up ahead there. Maybe going to be a little bit of a tow for the 10 as they're going to try to come up off of Parabolica. No, the Beamer gets out of the way.
Yeah, they ran wide there, invalidating their lap time. Currently have 3 people with lap time, 4 people now
There
with
we
lap
go,
times
pole
in.
sitter for the time being.
Up by about a second on everybody.
The one thing that this game needs is that you can do preset trackside cameras, where I can just set a camera somewhere, save its location, its XYZ axis, and then be able to just hotkey to that camera.
Genius.
So it's the one thing that this game and really all racing games need, because it would look so good if I could just cut to a camera that looks at the start-finish line.
I know iRacing, people sell camera packs on iRacing, funnily enough. As well as you could do it with R Factor. It would be very weird because you'd have to do it within the track file. So it's not as direct as with iRacing, where you can literally just play out the cameras within the sim. But it does exist in there, and I do believe it's one of the coolest features they have, because I do like some good trackside cameras.
I definitely agree. It is one of the nice things that iRacing does have. You can change even the FOV of the individual cameras and everything. You can go into a lot of detail onto it. But it's also kind of a pain whenever you go and you change it, and then you forget that you changed it, and then it just pops up randomly out of nowhere while you're watching somebody. And it's like, oh, yeah, this camera. I forgot I created that.
As the 2.8 goes around once again, they're exiting Ascari. Quite sure what their issue is, if they're just, hitting that curb.
Shout out to our mustache-wearing Jaguar friends here who have put the car currently in third, 6/10 off of the pole. Well, actually, never mind. The 10 just went faster and improved that lap time.
They have a mustache?
If you ever look at the front of the Jag, it looks like as if it has a mustache. It's just That's just the car. It has a
I
mustache.
guess. I mean, not the first thing that comes to mind, but
No. It has a mustache. That car has a mustache. It needs one. That's for sure. All liveries in the Jag have mustaches.
I can improve that.
Because anybody who buys a Jag wishes they were buying a Mustang. But they couldn't buy a Mustang, so they bought a Jag. So
They did not want to crash at the next car meet. So they bought a Jag instead.
So, in the effort of also wanting to be more American, they have their mustache, but because they don't know how to do a mustache properly, it's this like weird frilly one at the end, and that's where this Jaguar face comes from. It needs that weird frilly mustache on it. One of the Americans. Oh, and they go faster again, up P2 now.
Up 4/10 in their previous lap. That mustache doing wonders for their pace.
I imagine if they were to shave it, maybe they have a bit of an aerodynamic advantage. Go a little quicker.
With the cool
Audi
factor.
coming down across the line. They go faster as well by a half a tenth, but does not improve position. The 104 coming across the stripe now. Let's see if they can take pole. They do not. They do not actually improve at all. 2 seconds slower that time around.
Number 22 car up almost a second on their current lap.
Car 14/15 they elected to retire, unfortunately, due to the driver swap issues, which is understandable. It's unfortunate that had to occur. But we'd have already engaged our server restarts, and unfortunately it was just one of those ongoing issues with ACC that just persistent and just will always exist, it seems, no matter what. Currently up by 2/10 here as they come through Lesmo 2, the 104 racing team, as you said, our home Italian team, yeah?
Yes, 104.
So hopefully they can kind of show up and show people how to race at their home track. Again, currently in the green as they now come down into Ascari. Going to really need to nail this, though, if they want to try to go for pole. But, of course, there's still 20 minutes left in the session and plenty of time. The 208 was around again there. Second chicane. I cannot remember what the name of that complex is. What the proper name of that chicane is. For the life of me.
Let's get a track map up here. Because I know it's there.
Parabolica up by 2/10. A bit of a wiggle on the steering wheel, though. That's going to cost them. Let's see if this has enough of a run to improve. Maybe get at least in the second here as they come across the stripe. They do, but not fast enough for pole. Faster there for Octavian Robu, who puts the car into 4th position now in the Porsche.
Top 5 on the 48s. Good to see.
Apparently that second chicane is Variante della Roggia. The first one is Del Rettifilio, apparently, according to Google. So there's your answer.
Okay, so first chicane, second chicane, got it.
Yes. I feel like I'll be exiled by my ancestors if I even attempt it.
Oh no, I don't want that.
Apologies to our Italian friends out there.
Yeah.
I do not want to butcher your language, and so I will just attempt to not speak it at all.
I always recommend you moving your hands around. It tends to help.
Track map.
Yes, good luck to all the drivers out there today. As was mentioned, not many today. There are a couple teams of 3 drivers, so there's still a good hefty amount of people here, but they are split into teams, of course, and at the moment currently 11 cars on track. One of them one did not attend and one had a entry list issue. So it's obviously something that we never want to see, but is what had to happen for today's event. Unfortunately, the 94 car, I'm trying to remember what they typically run, but I do know it is not the Mercedes, so this is something...
No, I'm fairly sure it is.
I'm pretty sure they ran the Mercedes last race, I would imagine, but I think that the Porsche was what they normally went to, I think, in the 94 team for off-pace racing.
94 didn't... Oh, they ran the Lexus last season in the Spring Endurance.
Okay.
They did not race last race.
Oh, that's a big piece of the curb on the exit of a Scar. You're going to invalidate that lap time. A car got airborne coming up over the hills there. Let's see the 104. Another big slide through Parabolica. Let's see if they can go. And as they're trying to get started on their second flying lap here, the 10 continues to go faster down to a 48.2. So bridging that gap out to almost half a second over Vercelli here.
I believe they're really making up a lot of time in the last sector, almost a second faster than anyone else.
Shout out to the Mission Lose Now sticker on the car. It's quite clever, and I like that. It's pretty funny little reference. Why am I so bad at English today?
It's all that time you try to speak. It's messing you up.
Maybe that lack of sleep as well.
Never helps.
And this BMW does not look planted in the hot temperatures we have at the moment. 30 degrees Celsius on the racetrack is any considered fast conditions. So doesn't mean there's a lot of rubber. There's a little bit down, but there's going to be some loose marbles on the surface. And with the heat, a lot of these cars looking to be struggling with grip. Trying to take all the curbs, though. BMW really, really good over them, right over the turtles. But extends wide on the exit of Ascari, and once again, going to invalidate the lap time, so no chance of improvement there. We're going to jump back with our current pole sitter, who is continuing to improve, currently up by 0.2 of a second as they come into Parabolica. That's a bit wide. Not sure how the game's going to treat that one. And they elect to dive into the pit lane there, so perhaps did invalidate the lap time at Parabolica, pushing just a little bit too wide. Yeah, actually, why didn't it post into your GTV for the live
It did.
stream? Oh, it did, okay.
Yeah.
I just never got notified of it.
Meanwhile, Spa real life is going.
Yeah, what? There's a self-destructing Mercedes over there.
No one knows how to drive today, apparently, it seems.
It's waving to the fans.
Yeah.
Hartman and the Jag currently having the best top speed at 277.
Ooh.
Noble said, I don't hear Joe, but then Joe just spoke, so you should now hear Joe. That is a excellent track map, by the way, Ethan.
I mean, you know, I don't really have many options, and I wish I could create my own. However,
I wish that Discord didn't make it impossible to read black text. If you
dark theme.
Like if you click on the image to enlarge it, it just goes away. There's just no black text. It just goes away.
Let's turn on a light theme for a second and, blind our eyes. Oh no, it's not much more. I mean, you can read it a little bit better, but I forgot how bad light theme was.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Instantly turn that back if my eyes are watering.
Discord intentionally makes light theme unbearable because they don't want you to use it.
They just need to lower the brightness of it. That's the thing.
Well, anyone that uses light mode is pretty insane. Let's be honest.
There's that too, yes.
I used to be one of the people who insisted on using light mode until I got onto Discord. And then I was like, oh, no, this is way better. I think my biggest problem was a lot of apps with their dark mode early on was literally it was black with white text. And that I physically cannot read white text on black. Everything's a blur to me. And so I always stuck to light mode because I could at least kind of read the text. But Discord with this gray and off-white text is perfect. I can read it flawlessly. And then like Twitter went to like their kind of purplish hue, like, and then a couple other apps started picking that up. It made it way easier for me to be able to read. It's like, okay, now I can go to dark mode. But yeah, I don't know why I cannot read white text on black. I just physically can't read it. Currently up through the first sector is Vercelli once again. Our Jaguar friends got up into second place, improving their lap time not too long ago. But now we're
4/10 off the leader.
As the Aero 104 racing team is going to try to improve, maybe get that second place back. 12 minutes remain here in qualifying at the moment.
They have the delta to take back second at the moment. He's going to hold it for the last turn.
Up by 2/10 as they come into Ascari. You got to see how well they can hold it and ride these curbs. Don't take too much of this inside one. They do. That's a big wiggle on the exit. That's going to cost them at least a 10th here down the straightaway. 2/10 actually already gone. Possibly more before the end. So they're going to have to nail Parabolica in order to go get second place back. Let it roll to the inside. Flick it. They're going to keep it tight a little bit long. Oh, another big wiggle. This car is not planted at the moment. Let's see if they improve at all. The delta looks about even as they come across the line. No improvement, off by 0.03 of a second, so they will remain in third place for the time being. Something I forgot to ask, what is the situation with tire restrictions for this event, Ethan?
Believe it's still set at 6. Originally due to the fact that it was a 6-hour race. Let me go to the session. Series info. 7 tires.
Yeah.
Yes. Originally we had it, probably would have more like 4 or 5 is what we had set for Silverstone. But yeah, due to the race being shortened,
Making this qualifying a bit more exciting, given these teams' options of putting on new tires here towards the end. Because of course, whenever we had the limited tire sets, you would try to limit what you would use in qualifying, so you had better tires for the race. But now these teams, they probably have 3 tires they can basically just go burn through here in qualifying and not have to worry about them in the race whatsoever. Up by 0.4 at the moment is the Bentley. Let's see if they can jump up into 5th here with a little bit more coming out of Parabolica. Not quite. Actually, it shows that they were slower, despite the fact that it was telling me the Delta was quicker. They were slower that time around than their fastest lap. Hartman, though, in the green as they're coming down towards Ascari, currently up by 0.2 into the braking zone. And remains at 0.2 on exit. Let's see if they can get a good run down towards Parabolica. Maybe have a chance at pole here if they get a really good roll through the center. That said, Gruber in the 10 is already up half a second on their own lap. Just after the first chicane. Oh, that's a big slide.
Yep.
So no improvement there. Let's go on board with Gruber, who's currently up by 0.8 of a second as they enter just a second chicane. Just through one sector, they found that much time.
Mega lap by Gruber so far.
Going through Lesmo 1. Taking it nice and wide, all of the curbing on the exit there. And a bit too wide there on the exit of Lesmo 2. Not quite sure if that's going to invalidate the lap time getting into the grass. But it's not looking to hurt him too much in the split. Still up by 0.8 after Lesmo 2.
Unfortunately, that didn't invalidate that lap.
Check out the timetables here. This is your splits for the sectors. There is still time, at least 0.3 for this BMW to get in Sector 1. It's where the Jag is finding its pace to be in second at the moment. 3/10 faster than anybody else in Sector 1.
Well, as we saw, there was at least a second for the BMW in Sector 1 alone.
I was about to say, it shows that they're 1.5 seconds quicker that time around, but it actually, they ended up being a bit slower with the exit, so I think the timing line's a bit off on my end at the moment for some reason on the Delta. See what he can roll down through Sector 1 again through the first chicane, showing a half a second improvement versus what they've previously ran, keeping it really tight on the right side of the racetrack there, as short of a run as you can into the second chicane. Down into the braking zone, big heavy braking, don't take too much of that inside curb, try to avoid the second one altogether. They get a little bit of it there. Into Lesmo 1 and 2. This is a flick. Oh, into the grass a little bit there on the rear end. That's going to cause a big old slide. That's going to throw away that lap time. So it doesn't look like we're going to see an improvement on pole. We'll have to see if somebody else can try to challenge 104 and just now starting their what will probably be their final qualifying run here if they can't find any pace to possibly jump up to second or go challenge for the pole spot.
Just looking at the time between 4th and 5th place, only 0.04 separating the two. As the number 1 Audi currently going down into Ascari now, if I can jump over to them here.
There is a gaggle of race cars just at the first chicane at the moment, which does include our current pole sitter, but just behind them, the car in second place trying to chase after them. So maybe they can get a little bit closer, can try to steal off some lines of that BMW, maybe find where they're losing time in the Jag. But the slipstream train is going to be a very real threat here. BMW or the Bentley winding up this 4-car train that's currently rolling around. See what the 104 can do. Currently up by a 10th as they come into the final braking zone. Let's see if they can keep a good roll. Another wiggle in the middle of Parabolica. I'm going to try to tighten the exit just a little bit, make it a shorter run to the line coming across. They do go faster into second place for Selly and the Error 104 racing team. Now we got to see, can our Jaguar challenge back and go retake second position here? Using up all of the curb on exit there. The interior of this Jag, obviously very unique in terms of modern GT3 racing, because this is a old GT3 car. It's not really up to modern spec in terms of the equipment that is on it, but it is still very much in pace, as we can see here. Coming through Parabolica, looks to be in the green as they're coming down towards the stripe. Any improvement? Yes, back into second place, but not enough for the pole. 4.5 minutes remain here in qualifying. You gotta wonder, are they gonna be able to have another chance to go and get pole? I think you're gonna have one more flying lap right here, and then that will be it. Down the grid a little bit. We currently have, looking to be a bit quicker after the second chicane, the DSRT Simex Pro car. They're going to look to try to close the gap and maybe jump 7th place here if they can nail up a good lap.
Surprisingly, the Jag still has the best Sector 1 time.
Yeah, it seems like there's been a bit of a struggle on the part of the 10 to really put together a lap here. As obviously they're, I think, trying to push everything that they can and really trying to find the limits of it. And whenever you're on the limits, you will sometimes go over it. And that seems to be the problem that is persisting for the 10. But right now, again, I'm not sure if your split time is showing the same, but for me, they're currently up by a second as they come down towards Ascari. So Gruber may come in for a mega lap here.
Oh,
in the
and
low
they just lost
47s.
it.
Yep. It all went away. They must have overshot the entry of Ascari. So then maybe they'll have one more chance. Does improve there, but not for position. Still 1/10 off, or 100th off, I should say, for Bradley in the DSRT McLaren. Not quite enough for position, as the 27 and the 104 both return to pits. I believe that's going to be their day done here in qualifying. So I think we're looking at our provisional pole sitter, and maybe they're going to try to give it one more big shot, taking a nice wide exit up off of Parabolica, try to get all the speed you can down towards turn 1. Shave every little bit you can. The 104 is coming back out of the pit lane. Maybe going to try and get one more chance at this one. I don't know if you'll be able to get your tires up to temp and pressure in time. It's a hot racetrack, so it's not impossible. Again, it seems like they find about a second through the first chicane every time, but then can't put together the rest of the lap here for Erwin Gruber. But
Pressure getting to them quite a bit.
that'll show just how mega that their Sector 2 and Sector 3 are, if their Sector 1 being a second off of what's possible in the car.
Harman really losing out in Sector 3, down by almost 3/10.
Again, a bit wide on the exit of Lesmo 2, getting into the grass just slightly.
Still valid though.
I would say at this point, if you're the co-driver for Erwin, I mean, you just tell him, hey, just take Lesmo 2. You don't need to be pushing it right there. It's the one way off the racetrack there, backing up into the sand trap just in front of us. Luckily, this is not Formula 1 rules here, and you are allowed to accelerate through yellow flags during qualifying, unlike in real life. One of the beauties of sim racing is safety is not as much of a concern. Up by 2 seconds, it shows on my split time. There's no way that's right. But as they come down across the line, Gruber, yeah, why is it doing that?
Yeah, it's not updating me either.
It is so weird. Off by 2/10, but let's see if Gruber can really put together a good final lap here to try to bridge out the gap up front. Obviously, probably not going to have too much of a competition for pole, but the 104 is starting their lap time. I don't think that our Jaguar is going to have enough time to get around here. They got 25 seconds. They got to get through Parabolica and to the stripe. It's going to be cutting it really close on margin to try to get one more lap in. Let's see if they can do it.
Coming across the line almost. It's going to be very, very close.
5, 4, 3. With 2 seconds to spare, they will start a flying lap. Just going to get in time. Let's go ahead and see if the 104 can make any challenge to try to take back second place here. Again, you could just see the in comparison to the 10, the 104 is so slidey and slippy, where the 10 looks quite planted and maybe even a bit understeery. The 104 very oversteery in these conditions. So it's interesting to see the dynamic even within the same car, just how different that it can handle. Time has expired. We're going to watch as everyone comes down across the stripe here. Oh, a big bite of the curb and into the wall. The 104,
that's the 104.
So that's going to be no challenge to second place there. Adam Long coming across. Any improvement on his final lap? Yes, jumps up into 6th place. The 10 Gruber going to enter the pit lane a bit awkwardly, and the 1 car here, Jansen, any improvement? No, will not improve. So now we have just 1 more car left to set a lap time here. See if Bullwinkle can do anything. Oh, that's a ton of the curb on the entry of Ascari. The tree kind of blocked it there, but all 4 wheels airborne.
He's just going for it. 3/10. He's going to make up the last sector. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yep, I see 3/10 down as well. It's going to be an absolute send down into Parabolica here. See if he can
This
make
is the
it
sector
stick.
win.
The rear end steps. Gained a little bit of time at the mid-corner, but loses it all on exit with the slide and the traction control kicking in, so not going to be an improvement here, I don't think. No, it is not.
Still impressive to put the Jag on the front row, for sure, though.
On the front row, as you mentioned. Let's see, can I still see the times? No, I can't. I was going to see if I can see the sector splits. But it advanced through the session quite quickly there. But second place for the Jaguar is a nice welcome sight to see.
Best top speed overall on 277.
Thomas, this is a better track map for race control. That's the.
I can only work with what I got, and we sadly are not F1, so. Wish I had an ELMS WEC style one. There might be a WEC style one actually hiding around here. Let's find out.
Welcome in, new chatters. Welcome in. Happy to have you guys here.
There we go.
That's
a better one.
A sound.
That was a beautiful sound to my ears.
Hey. There we go.
What is this? Watching without audio. Interesting.
Flashing without audio. What?
It's like a little tag that's on the Twitch chat. It says watching without audio.
I don't know. Twitch doing Twitch
know
things.
If this game plays good on a controller. I do know people who play this game on a controller. I know it's. I've not personally done too much with it. I've done a little bit, but I know it's not awful. I know people are really quick with a controller on this game, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And it is on console.
Ask the console people. They probably.
I'm about to say,
probably have a good idea about it.
This game is a console release, so I'm sure that it is not too bad. For
Well, I understand the tire wear issues is what really give them the disadvantage.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, you don't have quite as much fine control with it as you do.
Yeah. How many people crash at T1? Says Noble in the chat. Hopefully none.
Hopefully 0, but as we all know from Monza T1, that's
I would
that's
also,
a tall order.
I'd also be content if all 11 crash.
That would be pretty impressive.
Just for the sake that it would be funny if all 11 cars managed to make contact at turn 1. Even if it's minor. I want to see everybody.
It's minor.
Now, here's the real question. Who takes the bold strategy and just flies through the cut, comes to a complete stop, and then resumes to avoid turn 1 altogether?
Ooh, I didn't even think that's smart.
That's the real question. Who takes the evasive action just preemptively and just says, I'm just not even going to try to take the corner?
Nope, as we start rolling on our formation lap here. Don't know quite why Twitch has done this as of recently, but apparently, if you have a Prime sub, you still get ads.
What?
Really?
No.
Yes.
I don't
for
get
me, it
ads.
has. I've used a Prime sub for one of my things, and still gives me ads.
Did they run the ads manually?
Like, you have the Prime sub on the channel that you're actively watching?
Yes. And I still get ads.
Yeah, that's not.
I feel like that's a bug on Twitch's part. I would hope so, but
Let's
I wouldn't put
go.
it past them.
I'm telling you, we need to be beta testers for everything because we seem to find all the issues. Between you and me, we would find every issue in anything that you hand us. Just always.
It's just my luck, I guess.
See the Jag getting up there, sniffing the rear end. Big nostrils.
Oh yeah, big nostrils, that big mustache.
Yeah.
I'd say the same for the car behind, the BMW, but, you know, does not have much of a mustache.
Well, yeah. The BMW has refined nostrils. They had a bit of
Oh,
plastic
refined?
surgery. Yeah. No,
I
it's gone.
would say more than a bit.
There's,
Yeah,
there's,
they had the Kardashian treatment.
He did a
I need a good
48.3 last
skiff
night. And
somewhere.
depending on the track conditions, that would have put you second place in this qualifying session. So, 69 bits race car time. Thank you for the 69 bits, Thomas.
Then we had the very angry boy all the way in the back there in the form of the Mercedes.
As we look down the grid here, they are trying to figure themselves out of where they're exactly supposed to be. We do have the assisted formation lap on, I believe.
It's a great question. They listed out really
Ethan.
annoyingly.
Ethan, you probably over
when you
here
make the
intentionally
rules.
making it hard for everybody.
I would love the free formation lap, but sometimes it's not.
There's an assisted one?
It like pops up like the little like graphic that tells you
Oh.
like, where you're supposed to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, that's the standard one. Where's the
Yeah.
where's the formation lap?
The free form doesn't give you any of that. It just says just do it.
Oh.
Just do it. This is like freeform is literally just at this time grid up.
Yeah, free form is sponsored by Nike.
Okay, freeform. I thought that was a channel on ABC or what was formerly ABC Family or whatever it was called.
These cars are going so slow that the panning cameras don't know what to do, and they get to the end of the pan and then just
You
freeze.
kind of just like sat at the ground, like, whatever shall I do? Oh.
All right, we are rolling through Parabolica 2x2. They're lining up, getting ready for 3 hours of Monza, the Temple of Speed. Track is starting at 8:06 a.m. for race start time, and we'll watch as the sun rises off in the distance. We expect the track to get hotter as the time goes on. Headlights are on for everybody at the moment, waiting on the green lights to go out, and we will get underway. Cars are building up their boost, making sure everything's ready to go. I think that there is some turbos on some of these cars.
Green light, green light.
And there it is.
And they're off.
Green lights are out. Everybody pretty similar on the reaction times there. Nobody pulling away. The Jag trying to get in line, defend away, get the slipstream down towards turn one. Let's see if there's a move. He's looking for it to the inside.
Oh, Mighty
all the
Rod
way
gets
to the
shoved
wall.
off in the grass.
And
Oh,
then on the
holds it, he
outside, the
holds-
other Beamer. Oh, and there
the
goes the
stick.
contact.
And no. And they've all crashed.
The pole sitter around. I do believe that we just saw all 11 cars make contact there. Not too far away
Why'd you have
from
to say
it.
something? Just, yeah, of course. Well,
The number 10 car gained the worst end of it, all the way
Yes,
down
from-
into 10th place,
From our
ironically.
pole sitter to falling down to second last. What a fall. We're going to let him cycle through sector one here, get the timing order rearranged, and then now we can see the Jag on pole. And now
The
leading
Jag,
the
the hero
race.
that could.
Exactly, yeah, the, the little Jag that could. Mustache,
Much out in the wind, being pushed away.
I think it's what saved him there whenever they got in the grass. The extra downforce from the mustache.
He sniffed the trouble coming.
Yeah.
He was aware.
the preemptive
Help
smell.
them bring it back into correct. We'll have to get back and rewatch that lap one once we get through and see exactly what happened there. I do want to count the amount of cars that made even minor contact there.
Our pole sitter, sadly, has fallen all the way down to what was 10th place and now up to 9th place, it seems.
Making quick work of Big Will. Did not
Yes.
have the will to hold on.
As Octavian Robu here in the off-pace racing car, who did not have the best showing in qualifying compared to where we're used to seeing them, and now on the podium after the catastrophe that was turn one for our pole sitter. So a little bit of a blessing in disguise perhaps for this 22 Porsche, although it looks like they got hit in the rear end, which is not where this car wants to ever be touched because it holds everything there. It's, you know, it's your engine's back there, your transmission's back there, everything's in the rear end of this car. Looking down in the back there, we got the Audi with the big slipstream as the Lexus goes defensive around the outside, late on the brakes. The DSRT RJB Solutions car gonna look through. Oh, a little bit of a shove there on the exit of the corner, but does take it. This is the new Audi as well. You can tell by the way that the wing overlaps from the back of the car rather than the front of the wing, which is an interesting design choice that Audi went for. that's different from everybody else. The other DSRT car getting moved on as the 10 now back up into 8th position here. Erwin
Somebody's
Gruber
off. Mercedes off in the.
trying to work their way through.
Was the
Oh,
13
the 13.
spins.
Yep, saw that coming there in the background. Got the nose up on the curb and into the outside wall on the exit of the second chicane. And now what was already a bad day for that team, getting a little bit worse here on lap 2. Up front, the gap is closing as Vercelli is closing in on Bullwinkle just a little bit, not letting him get away, staying in the slipstream. Again, these two cars with their big nostrils going to sniff up all that dirty air and try to get as close as they can to each other.
Battle of the schnoz, as they say.
The Brits versus the Germans, part 2.
Both known for their rather large noses.
As
Vercelli.
purple time there for Bullwinkle, and Vercelli took it right back. Down the grid, see if anybody's going to make a bit of a charge here. Not quite close enough, as we're seeing a pretty large split now between the top 4 and the rest of the field. There's 3 seconds between second and third, and then another 4 seconds between fourth and fifth. So splitting up the 13 around again at Parabolica. Perhaps some front end damage for that car, we have to imagine. With the way that the nose went head first into that safer barrier wall on the outside. Definitely some damage going to be done on the front end of that car, and going to make it a handful to drive in these cold conditions. From Gruber, though, up into P7 at the moment, and trying to now set the recovery drive after the kerfuffle at turn 1.
Bullwinkle under a lot of pressure.
Currently looking to be just over 10 seconds behind our leader, so that would be about the net loss that they had from turn 1. And it's not an impossible gap to go and reclose over the course of this stint. As you mentioned up front, the gap has closed even more. Vercelli right up to the rear end now of the Jag. You gotta remember what on cameras are, because it's different in every car now. The Aero 104 racing team and trying to get up close and maybe make a move down here towards turn 1. Doesn't look like they'll be quite close enough with the slipstream. The Jag actually getting a good run out of Parabolica, gonna open the gap just slightly down towards turn 1.
Top speed paying dividends to the Jag right now. Vercelli having a little look, but keeps calm.
Oh, really good roll there through the exit of turn 1, though. That's going to bring them really close to the Jag. We saw it in qualifying that the BMW much better over the curbs. And, of course, the 104 team, they were struggling in the heat. But now on the cooler racetrack here at the start, perhaps can find pace, and that might be where their car's better set up for. Let's see what they can do here over the next couple laps, trying to close the gap in. Behind as well, the Bentley, who we saw struggle as well in qualifying. They were decently down the pace. I think they started in 7th position, currently in 4th, and actually not falling off the tail of Octavian Robu all that much. Able to stay right up to his rear end and try to keep the battle on for the podium spot.
Well, first and second, having 2 drivers, gonna have to try to preserve their tires. Oh, the Jag off a little light.
And the big cut of oversteer there. They had to countersteer in the Beamer going over the curb as well. Kind of taking 2 different approaches to the same corner. The Jag wanting to run wide because they have to avoid the inside curb. The Beamer taking too much of the inside curb and ultimately have to countersteer. And again, there at the center of Parabolica, you see some countersteer coming from Matteo Vercelli. So both cars pushing quite hard, trying to give it their all to bridge on a gap up front. But
Lexus running away from Jensen. Looks like a lot of front end damage for the number 1 car.
Yeah, there's a pretty good lick on the front end of that Audi. Obviously got to be from turn one, we would have to imagine. As you were mentioning though, so both of these drivers gonna want to preserve their tire sets, just missing the braking zone there.
So like getting a little distracted.
Yeah, perhaps a bit heavy on the ABS there. Get a little bit of a lockup and it had to let up on the brakes and pushing through the corner. Now wide, Lesmo 1 can't be affording to make too many mistakes here. Down at the bottom of the grid, side by side, the 94 Mercedes trying to make a move here on the Honda. Actually, no, that's the Honda making a move on the Mercedes, getting through, but now the attack back. Oh, a little bit of a bumper. Good aggressive racing there. Nice move from Dan Marriott in the 94, actually, to kind of set up that switchback on the exit of the chicane, and now back in front of the Honda.
Well, I can maybe get back with the slipstream here.
Who said there can't be fun racing for last? Well, second to last in this case. Still top 10, so it'd be points in F1. As Big Will and Dan Marriott here going to continue to fight. Oh, and the one, you were just talking about them possibly having damage off at Ascari. A little bit around there causing a local yellow, and now out of the pack. Let's see if there appears to be any sort of more damage to the front end, as all the cameras are behind the car at this section. It definitely looks beat up on the front. It is not a pristine race car by any stretch of the imagination.
And they're almost 2 seconds off the leader's pace right now, so they're definitely struggling.
As we look back up front here, the battle for third is closing up. The 222 Bentley of Adam Long trying to close in on Octavian Robu of the 22, so it's the all-two fight.
Both of them on personal best laps right now, trying to push for position.
Last time around, too, we saw the Bentley was 0.3 faster, so maybe you can continue to close that gap up just a little bit. This track does look fantastic with the way that the sun sets right now as well. The shadows kind of glaring over looks super, super pretty.
Up front, Bullwinkle now at a 2-second gap.
What a chaotic start to the race it has been here. We're only 10 minutes in and we've already seen action all up and down the field. We still have 2 hours and 50 minutes more of this. It's going to be a fun one here today.
Number 94 car went off and allowed the Honda. Oh, and he's off. Big damage for the 94.
If we can get a quick... Oh, yeah, big old wiggle at the center of the Lesmo, and as going over the curb, just continue to lose it, and big old smack on the inside there. So Dan Marriott going to be nursing that car probably back to the pit lane. That's going to be some heavy front-end damage. You can see the bonnet on the car kind of wiggling around. Oh, another big oversteer moment now backwards at the center of Ascari, so... Definitely
the frustration's kicking in for sure.
Damage and
might be over.
Got to be bringing that car back to the pit lane to repair that.
Gruber actually getting overtaken twice, but now as he dives into the pits, must have too much damage to continue.
That's interesting. Why is, I mean, obviously, yeah, damage, but they seem to be at least putting on decent pace, still working their way through the field there and overlapping people, but now stopping in only 10 minutes into the race. This is a huge upset for our pole sitter after a chaotic lap 1, turn 1, to now be hitting just 10 minutes into the race. This is going to throw off the whole strategy for them, I would imagine.
Number 11 car looking like it came back from war. It comes into the pits.
That was a quick stop for damage repair there, so it shouldn't have been too bad of damage. I wonder why that they felt the need to pit this early on. and really disrupt the whole strategies. Now, they were like 12 seconds behind. Now they're almost a full lap behind. So that is going to really hurt them in the long run, I do believe.
They did have a moment in the previous lap when they pitted, so maybe they just lacked confidence in the car. Porsche in third, doing a really good job on one of the worst strikes for the Porsche.
Yeah, Octavian Robu, I mean, we saw it in qualifying. That team was struggling. Robu's been one of our better drivers for the as long as I can really remember as recently. So it was definitely interesting in qualifying, seeing them be down, I think, 5th or 6th. But obviously, again, like you said, doing well here to start off this race, taking advantage of the turn 1 chaos, and now pulling out a little bit of a lead in P3 and holding on to that podium position. Ooh, a big old slide there for Vercelli on the exit of Lesmo 2. Got to be careful there. You can't keep that car, or you got to keep that car in line, otherwise you're going to face the same fate that Dan Marriott currently has, still sitting in the pit lane repairing that damage.
So they're really pushing hard to try to bring down the gap.
It is the one thing with Monza is that because of the way the track is kind of set up, you cannot push to gain time. It's an interesting racetrack in the sense you kind of need to back off in order to gain time, because by pushing harder, you're only going to scrub speed on corner exit, and really what you want here more than anything is corner exit speed. Carry it down the straightaway, and you're content being slower at the apex in the effort of being faster on corner entry and corner exit. And that's definitely, having to counter steer on corner exit is not the way to be fast around a track like Monza. If a drive-through penalty for the 94, I'm going to imagine that pertains to the speed limit, pit limiter issue that they were complaining about during the practice session. They were saying that there was an issue with the automatic limiter kicking on, as it is disabled in the session, and so they were struggling to remember to turn on the limiter as they were exiting their pit stall, and it seems like as if he did that once again. Got to engage that pit limiter, and will now have to serve that drive-through for speeding.
When it rains, it pours, it seems, for the 94.
That is the theme.
Bullwinkle putting in the fastest lap of the session so far.
Pulling out that last time around, a 149.172. That's only about 7/10 off of the pole time that we had, which was in much better conditions, both a hotter track and also much lighter fuel, of course. So a pretty impressive lap time, actually, from Bullwinkle to pull that out at this stage.
Interesting if they're going to go for the one stop to push that hard.
Watch down the field here. Lexus closing the gap here over the last couple of laps, consistently being a little bit quicker than the Bentley. Now up into the toe of that big wide boat. They're going to be attempting to get this fight underway pretty soon.
Lexus top speed advantage, only 3/10 away, should have a chance maybe at the straight if they get a good exit here.
The 16 slow. Not sure exactly what's going on here, but the two DSRT cars just swapped position as the McLaren was slow off of the Ascari chicane, losing 2 seconds there in Sector 3. Not sure exactly what was going on there, but actually losing 3 seconds there in Sector 3 for Bradley and the McLaren. Jump back up to watch this battle that's unfolding for 4th and possibly soon 3rd, as the gap is also closing towards the 22. Oh, looking to the inside, bit of a rear end contact there. Great job by the triple two to keep a hold of it. But now going for the switchback move, the 208 going to look to try to have the inside into Lesmo 1. Does get it and is through on the position. It's a little bit of rear end contact there to get it done. And now we're going to look at the run back down towards Ascari, see if the triple two can maybe recontest for the position.
And Lexus sure does sound great going down the street.
Oh yeah, that big old TRD V8. It's funny, whenever you just said that, my Amazon Echo just went off.
So, even Amazon can appreciate the sound of Lexus.
I believe it's a naturally aspirated V8 as well. It produces just over 600 horsepower, and it's roughly based on the block that they use in the NASCAR car.
Impressive.
And you can see now it is just driving away from that Bentley behind it.
Having the slipstream of the... Oh.
As the 94 pulls out of their way, there's being kind on the blue flags. That is something that forgot to kind of mention there in the driver's briefing. Blue flags are not mandatory within the GRG Esports rulebook, as per usual with endurance racing rules. You do not have to do what the 94 just did there, but it is allowed for you to do that as long as it's in a safe manner. So, you know, the 94 there pulled off of the racing line, did not hinder anybody's race, slowed down, let them through prior to the corner. That is, you know, that is okay to do in that circumstance. But what we don't want to avoid, and the reason why blue flags are not in a Formula One-esque rule here, is that we do not want cars sacrificing their race in the effort of letting others through. Big old slide there for the 208 on the exit of Lesmo 2. That's going to get the triple two back through into P4 and actually lose a lot more time, as now Dan Marriott is right all over the bumper there of the Lexus. Obviously not going to go for the move here after just letting the car through, but oh, the 208 Lexus, big old slide once again and well off the racetrack. Luckily avoiding the walls, no contact there, so no damage. Got to see if we can get a good turn here, though. Oh, this is going to cost them so much time. Keeping
the almighty 8-point turn.
Car gets rolling off the line there, but that cost them so much there. Having to put it in reverse, back into first, back into reverse. Luckily, these cars have an anti-stall on them to prevent the car coming to a complete stop there. But now dropping all the way down into 7th place.
A drive-through just awarded to the number 1 car for turn 1 incident.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and relook at that turn 1 incident and see exactly what happened. But Race Control has decided that it was a drive-through penalty for severe avoidable contact on lap 1. Obviously, our standard penalty is 30 seconds for that, but if we deem that it is more severe on lap 1, you can give more, and it seems that our Race Control has decided that that was a more severe penalty, and will give a drive-through penalty. The reading is heading into turn 1. The number 1 tried going to the inside of the 10 car, but was too far back to be considered alongside, made contact with the 10. This contact resulted in a major incident at turn 1 and 2. There was also a 30-second time penalty, then on top of it handed to the number 1 for an unsafe rejoin following the contact. After contact from the previous incident, number 1, number 10, the number 1 was off the racetrack, tried to rejoin, and spun. This caused the spin in front of the number 12 and slowed a few others down. Next time, please be careful when rejoining and make sure the track is clear. Due to the incident being on lap 1, the penalty is harsher than if it was on lap 35. Well wording there from Race Control, kind of signifying what I was just saying there with it being a lap 1 incident. We are much more harsher on those. And now serving that drive-through is the one. And again, they'll have on top of it an additional 30-second time penalty that they will have to serve during their next pit stop or at the end of the race, depending on how they choose to serve it. And man, this is just one of the worst feelings that you have in racing, is this just slow drive down the pit lane, knowing that you're all on your own.
On top of having all the damage, probably killing their top speed and lap time in general. It's be really hard to focus after that.
So that will now take them out of that top 5 fight that they were getting their way into. As race control will tackle on that 30-second time penalty here shortly. Of course, they had to get the drive-through served first before they can get that awarded.
Porsche kind of closing the gap onto Vercelli, only a couple seconds off.
There's the 30 seconds added on.
So, classic Monza better than our current Monza? Thoughts?
Like the classic circuit?
Yeah.
Ooh. You know, I'm a big advocate of track safety, and that is one of the things as to why I would say new Monza. But simultaneously, the FIA doesn't understand safety and decides that sausage curbs should be everywhere. So
They do like their sausages.
that doesn't doesn't really help all that much with this racetrack, because again, as we've seen, multiple cars get launched airborne and end up upside down at this racetrack. Even, you know, as recent as just about a month ago. So, oh man, that's definitely a hard decision. Now, are we talking about like old Monza, or are we talking about like Monza that ran in like 65, 66 with the oval portion of the track as well?
What about the triple chicane?
Or that, yeah. Oh boy, that was. Oh yeah, that was terrible. Whoever thought that was a good idea.
Quite fun.
They deserve the treatment of the designer of Turn 1 at Oschersleben. 16 around off of Ascari here. Didn't quite get back enough, but it looks like they just caught the inside curb and the rear end stepped out.
Losing one position there, but not too much damage.
Now that would be a fun track to host an endurance event on. Oschersleben?
It's hard to pass on, I feel like. I mean, there are spots, but it's not
Exactly.
not quite as wide as other tracks.
It's a track that I think gets way too much bad rep. I personally love driving that track. In every game, in every car I've ever driven on it, I love driving that track. I find it a ton of fun.
I hated the DTM cars in Race Room, but those DTM cars were not my favorite car, so there's that. I did like driving in project cars, you know.
It was
Even
fun,
the,
it was fun in project cars.
That was the M4 that never got to race. Not very good in racing.
Yeah. R Factor has that one as well. I haven't driven it much, you know, partially because again I did not a fan of those DTM cars, but
I love
interesting
Class
cars
1.
at least. Super GT cars, now those are fun. Those are real fun.
What about an endurance on the Slovakia ring?
Oh, please no. End me now. Despise that track. I don't know if we raced that one for Scandinavian race room, and if we did, I might have missed that.
Yeah,
one.
I'm pretty sure we did. I think it was on the schedule.
Obviously, a Monaco endurance race.
Oh
would be
yes,
best.
we had
But I mean, I think that's just genuinely a good idea. Like,
With student formula cars. Let's,
Oh gosh, we had a
Well, it has to be
Project
an
Cars.
It has to be an Indy car. So it has to be able to
Oh
be refueled.
gosh,
Oh,
no,
Indy.
even worse.
Because a Formula car can't get refueled, so it has to be an Indy car so it can be refueled. Although a driver swap would be really awkward in an Indy car.
that would be very impressive.
I would enjoy watching that.
Get one of those
You
crane
gotta
machine
undo
claws.
the whole air tube and everything. Like that'd be really fun.
It just feels miserable to be
24
probably in one of
hours
those.
Isle of Man GT3. Well, see, then you just ruin it by making it GT3 though.
Yeah.
Like you have such a good idea until GT3. It's like, oh well, never mind. It's GT3.
GT3's Project Cars. It was our fake. What's the street circuit in Asia? Macau.
Macau.
It was the fake Macau GP. We did 2 races in Project Cars 2 at Monaco in GT3 cars. It was something.
Yeah, I remember that. That was all right. It wasn't too bad.
I got disconnected from the second race. I was mad disappointed.
Well, and of course it was fake Monaco at that. It was a zero circuit or whatever.
Yeah, it was still Monaco. It just wasn't, perfectly replicated. I think it would probably be better than F1's game, to be honest with you. But not the crazy Shift 2 one where you had the little loop around after it's in Arnott. No, Arnott. Whatever. The second to last corner at Monaco, the right hand or the first of the 2 right handers. Instead of going right there, you turn left, go down a little bit, and then have a little long straight. Which is interesting.
Now you're talking. 1923 Le Mans cars on Island.
There you go.
Now you're talking. I want to see somebody out there on a big old Alfa Romeo and a big old Bentley, just hanging out the back with their V16 out front. No belts,
about the
no
leather helmet.
straps.
And the goggles. Just
Yes, the goggles. You can't leave home without those.
Yeah.
They're my lucky goggles.
No one wants oil on their face, right?
Sally takes back the fast lap there, and as we go on board, he then drives off the racetrack, getting into the grass just a little bit. But does take back the fast lap that last time around, so trying to close
Other points
the gap.
awarded for fast lap in your guys' series.
No.
Sadly,
okay.
no. I don't think we've maybe 1 or 2 series I think that weren't just F1 had the fast lap rules. This is back in Project Cars at the time. I can't recall a series that's been that long. It's been like 2 years, but we might have had something based around fastest lap. Might have been something with the RS01. That was a real fun car. I have since found a mod on AC for that car, and I do love enjoying that every now and then.
Yeah, the RSO1 series, that was one of them that didn't have the fastest lap point. That car was a lot of fun. But remember, there's 2 different versions of the car in Project Cars 2. And one of them was great, and the other one was terrible.
One was a GT3 and one was a spec car.
Yeah, and the one that was a GT3, I think, drove awfully. Like, it had just completely broken physics. But the one that wasn't, the one that was the spec car, was fantastic. It was really weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand how the same car, they mess it up that bad.
Meanwhile, the Ginetta GT4, average, and the GT3 was just the best thing you could drive and was the fastest car to drive somehow, even though it was Ginetta GT3. Which made no sense, but
And I remember too, that car, it was the only one that had a sequential shifter.
That wouldn't surprise me.
All of them had paddles except for that one. It had a box sequential, which was really weird. Yeah, that whole Ginetta GT3. Wasn't it a fake car? I don't think Ginetta ever had a GT3.
I don't believe Ginetta ever made a GT3. It was based on the G55, which is a car from, if I recall, 2013. So if it did, it probably ran once or twice in like GT Open or something, but I don't think it's actually made an SRO style start.
I do remember though the Ginetta Junior was one of my favorite cars, and it's really good in AMS2 as well. One of my favorite cars to drive.
I'm not giving it a try in AMS2, but yeah, I will agree. That car, you drift it, and just be like, oh, gladly.
Yep, that car is a lot of fun. It's and I honestly I'd say it's better in AMS2 than it was in Project Cars 2.
I think a lot of the bugs that were in Project Cars 2, I mean, there's still some that carry over, but a good amount of them have been fixed in AMS2. But Project Cars 3 that everyone wanted.
Yes, the actual Project Cars 3, not Project Cars Shift. Let's piss off everyone.
It wasn't even like Shift. I don't even know what that was. It's just like, oh, we've gone a weird not Forza route. Like Forza, but not Forza route.
I feel like they made a mobile game and just decided, let's charge $60 for it instead.
Well, wasn't that literally the story? Because they were going to do Project Cars Go?
Wouldn't be
That's true.
surprised.
Project Cars Go was supposed to be a thing. Don't think it ever came out. Because, you know, Ian Bell and his grand scheme of everything that, you know, oh yeah, the Mad Box.
Contact! You will.
Oh no.
And send off the track.
Oh, yeah.
That'll definitely be a penalty.
Yep.
Let's back this up and rewatch that. Good shout. So we're watching here. So it's the one, once again, the Audi, looking up the rear end of our friend here in the Honda. Coming down into Parabolica, the Audi rolling into the center of the corner. Gets up underneath, a bit of a wiggle there from the Honda on the outside. Pinching a little bit down, a little bit of an elbow there from the Audi. They kind of met in the middle
contact
there.
model, not doing him any favors.
No.
Yeah, I think that if that was in race room, that they would have got away with what just happened there, but
Race Room got a fantastic contact model.
it really does, and its netcode's great too.
It's the whole ACC's got this reverse contact. Basically, your car can go inside the other car, and then as soon as it realizes, it just it just shoots them out. 10 miles out. And it's like, oh gosh.
Yeah.
Quite infuriating.
Beautiful bit of engineering there from our friends over at Kunos.
Only the best Italian engineering.
AC is good. I'll give him AC. AC's great.
Yeah.
I would be wary to say that it's great. So I'd say it's good, but it has its fair share of issues. It's made great by others who don't
This
work
is also
for
true,
Kunos.
yes.
Yes.
But, they did add a for GT3.
Oh, that's a big wiggle for the 13 there as the 10 was trying to peek through at a Scari. And now the 10's going to shoot way wide because of that. Threw off the whole momentum through the corner, having to check up at the apex. And now the 13 actually just going to let them by, interestingly. Despite that being a race for position, they know that the 10 is much quicker, and they just aren't going to challenge them, letting the 10 through.
Maybe they thought they were cool.
I would like to point out, the 10 has actually lost time to the leader since that pit stop.
Interesting.
Bullwinkle, who went back to purple, setting a 1:48.9 the first lap into the 48s during the race, has actually pulled away from Erwin Gruber since their pit stop. So,
Are they trying to preserve the tires going long? Try and make up, or?
yeah, but surely that doesn't exist all that well. Like just in a general sense of I don't know, they only made it 10 extra minutes, so surely, like, I don't know, it's definitely a weird strategy that this 10 car was pulling with that pit stop. I mean, obviously that damage, but I think that any chance of them making a charge back up towards the front is pretty much mitigated after that pit stop. Blood Wolf comes into the chat. There once was one that race somewhere, talking about the Ginetta GT3. It was British GT, or the British National Championship. So it did exist only in Britain, therefore it didn't exist. Britain's not a real place. We all know this. the whole story about it was Britain people who went to Australia, you know, or like all the prisoners got sent to Australia. It's the inverse. Australia existed first. Britain's the fake place.
Obviously, any place that calls their chips fries, is like,
Yeah. Or their fries chips. Like.
and then puts fish on them.
Yeah. What are you doing? What are y'all doing? The one thing that they do right is they put vinegar on everything. I can give them that. Vinegar on everything is great.
Craving some salt and vinegar chips, right? I want that mouth burn real bad. So, what do you think of the new GT2 cars that were leaked?
If they make the move into ACC, that would be exciting. I think it would breathe a new life in this game for me personally. It would give me a reason to drive this game. I'm not a huge fan of GT3. Like I don't I don't know. I just don't personally love it. The GT4 is just not populated in this game all that well. I think that if the GT2s came in, it would give me a reason to at least hot lap this game. I'm not sure how it would catch on. I think it'll do better than GT4 because GT4 is slower and people don't like being slow. GT2s being faster, I think, would give it more of a chance for people to
Where's the 94s
try
around?
to it.
They do a nice little flip around there.
94 having more issues, of course.
Yeah, they looks like they came spinning out of the scar. Luckily, we're kind of out of the way of everybody, so it caused too many issues.
Definitely. I think the GT2s would be fun. I think if they actually do come to the game, it would be fun.
Apparently, they're going to be slower overall, though.
Yeah, they're not much faster than GT3s. It's also gentleman driver class as well.
The cars themselves are faster. They just often aren't quicker because the drivers are slower. But the cars themselves are faster. They produce more power and more downforce.
Oh, okay.
So they should be a good bit quicker than the GT3s. Like, they're not going to be, like, ridiculously quicker, but they should be a good bit quicker. But there is a certain amount of the teams are still working out the kinks. There's, like, they haven't been allowed to full push the cars
Gruber
yet.
and Big Will into a fight.
Yeah, that was a good sin there down in the chicane. The Honda tried to challenge a little bit there. Small amount of contact on the front to rear. Getting away with it, both cars, though, and Gruber now back up into P7, which I believe is where that they pit from. So at least in terms of position, did not lose much out of the pit stop, but of course have lost time overall due to the pit stop from the leaders. We'll say their team name features the name KFC in it, and it makes me want chicken really bad.
I just had KFC 2 nights ago. It was pretty good.
Oh, I want chicken and mashed potatoes.
Chicken mashed potato. I had mac and cheese personally.
I had both.
Imagine going to a fast food place though and getting mac and cheese.
Hey,
Like, you can make it at home.
Yeah,
Really
what's the
delivered.
fun in that?
I mean, you could do that with mashed potatoes
Exactly.
too, but like their gravy is like they have like a unique gravy that makes their mashed potatoes actually good. GT2 has less wing downforce, but they have underbody downforce, ground effects in GT2, which is outlawed in GT3 specs. So they have more of a suction to the ground.
If only the Brabham could have the fan.
keep on the legacy there.
What is the name of that car that just ran out Goodwood?
Oh gosh, I know what you're talking about.
Tiny electric missile.
Yeah.
Yes, that thing was amazing. We need it in every game. I want to drive it so bad.
I'm surprised AC does not have it yet.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. It's got to exist somewhere. What was the name of that car?
Couldn't tell you.
Google will know.
Yeah,
People
that's
would
it.
know.
Yeah, McCarty, something like that. Yeah, that sounds right. That thing, the sound that it made whenever it was whipping by the camera at the end of the run was just. It was just a sound. It was awesome. That was such a cool sound. Gap up front, by the way, 7.5 seconds. Bullwinkle putting in really heavy laps, about half a second a lap quicker at the moment than our second place car of Vercelli. So really bridging out the gap in the Jag. Maybe you've spoke it into existence here, Joe. The Jaguar is up front and pulling away.
That makes me so happy.
This could be a fun day for all mustaches everywhere.
Even though I can't grow one, I can embrace it.
I can't. I just rather not.
My facial hair just grows way too fast. It's really annoying. I literally shave twice a day.
Whoa. Like twice a month.
It's so annoying.
Probably like every 2 days. To get the mustache out of the way. I don't like it.
Yeah, if I let it go too long, I resemble a 14-year-old boy.
Where art thou?
I mean, that would have got you pretty well onto Epstein Island.
Oh no, no.
Yeah. Oh. Why we can't have nice things?
Good thing I'm ugly. No.
I don't think he cared. You just would
My
have you would have been the cheap one.
My Italian head would take up too much cargo space. Wouldn't be profitable.
Would it be?
So burritos, best food ever, right?
Burritos?
I don't like burritos.
Oh,
I just don't eat burritos.
probably have at least three burritos a day.
To be fair, I need to eat more burritos. But
Just
like,
one for each meal.
Honestly, I had a breakfast burrito this morning.
Yeah, you got breakfast ones. You got ice cream, right? There's like burritos. It's like ice cream on the inside. So you can do your dessert too.
Oh man, I miss those old Choco Tacos.
Oh yes, chocolate tacos are the bomb. That is the best ice cream. Like of all the pre-made like ice cream sandwich things, like Choco Taco is number one. 208 is on.
Once again, happened to them.
Backward. Oh, that's a ton of front end damage on that Lexus.
Oh, it doesn't. It's
Sitting still, and that's a disconnect. Actually, they just left.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I think that's
unfortunate.
spells the end for
they
them.
They left right as soon as I engaged the replay, and so I actually can't select their car to watch. There we go. I had to like manually go through car by car because they left as I clicked the button to.
Lexus fighting for a podium. Just unfortunate. That's how it ended.
Let's see here, rolling down towards the Scari, up underneath the bridge, hard on the brakes. Up over the first curbs real heavily. Caught that second sausage curb. Oh, big wheel hop, all four tires in the air, and that's a huge smack with that green wall. Shout out to the track safety crew getting that yellow flag displayed really quickly. And yeah, that car, I think that car was done. I don't blame them for retiring at that moment. That would have struggled to return back to the garage.
Shout out to Toyota for their excellent survival. So, ironically enough, a Toyota did save my life when I crashed a car once.
Good old Toyotas. Or as Global Endurance modding team calls it the Nagoya.
Yeah. I mean, it's now the
Yeah,
Toyota.
isn't it now the Toyota because they made it free?
Exactly. Yes. You cannot legally. You cannot sell something named without permission, to my knowledge, at least permission of the company itself.
I mean, I couldn't imagine they're allowed to do it for free either, but because the thing is, like, you can't profit off of somebody else's name or likeness.
Correct.
But also, you can't use their name or likeness without their like consent in the first place. But then also, they still are gonna make money off of it because there's payment into their series and there's payment into, like, they have like a Patreon or whatever you can support them on, and like other mods that cost money. And
the payment into the series is different comparatively because you're not paying for the cars themselves. You're paying.
Well, yeah, but it's like an indirect advertisement in a sense. So you're using somebody else's product in your advertisement campaign.
Not really.
Is essentially what it is. Like, I don't know, I think it's a legal gray area that they'll never run into any issues because, I mean...
Yeah, I don't feel like Toyota really...
Yeah, Toyota ain't gonna
cares.
care, but...
It's free advertisement for them if they're smart about it, you know?
Is it really, though?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't know, it isn't gonna make me go buy a Toyota because of the fact I'm racing a modded version of the real-life car that broke down a bunch at Le Mans.
Hey, if they actually bothered to make fun cars again, you know.
Yeah. Isn't there another new Super coming? Like, aren't they like doing it up again? And then I think
Evo Super.
Is it still gonna be the
MR2's coming back as well, right?
Oh, don't tease me like that.
I think I saw that somewhere that they're coming back with the MR2 and it is gonna be completely trashed again.
Is it gonna be a Porsche engine?
It's just gonna be like, I don't know. It's gonna be like whenever they change it to the Gen 3 MR2 or whatever, where it.
Oh, that was a terrible car. Yeah.
Really ugly and.
Slow.
Yeah, it was no longer kind of fun looking and driving and sounding. It was just
went the way of the Celica.
Yeah. Or the Ford Thunderbird. Oh boy.
No, not the new
Talk
Thunderbird.
about
Oh yeah.
nightmares.
Another good example is the Chevy Impala.
Yeah.
Came a front-wheel drive V8. I know because I that's what I drive.
Oh, you have a V8 version of the
Yeah.
Impala?
Yeah.
I actually didn't know they did that. I thought it was just the V6.
Well, yeah, they have a V8. It's pretty terrible, but it's fun in a straight line.
Whenever it comes, whenever it
if you
comes
do more than
to
20.
like the sedan, like front wheel drive sedans, I think my favorite always is the Pontiac Bonneville of the early 2000s. Because that car like legitimately did over 200 miles an hour in a straight line. Like that car was legitimately fast. But like nobody ever like it just got
94 having
overshadowed by the
another
concrete.
moment again.
I mean, at this point, I can just leave it on an onboard with Dan Marriott here, and he'll just be the full entertainment for the day.
How many spins you want? All of them. They didn't seem to repair the damage in any of their pits. It's probably...
I was about to say, we're riding on the onboard here, and the hood appears to be flapped up on the Mercedes. It is not latched on the front completely anymore.
A little bit better than the real life Mercedes that crashed at Spa. I don't understand how they did that. They literally just drove into the back of a Porsche and just destroyed their entire front end. It's just like, how? You're under full course yellow. How?
Giving us the flashers. Maybe they hear us talking.
Yeah.
Dan's giving a little bit of a show. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Actually, we have a battle brewing on the racetrack here. For 8th
Oh.
position, Big Will and Carlos Garcia are closing up now, just 8/10 between them. Two car lengths here. You see both cars on the shot. The BMW versus the Honda. Two very different philosophies in building a race car here. But
One works and one doesn't.
Well, technically, it's not the Evo 2 Honda, if I'm Correct.
I think they just patched in the Evo 2's like.
Yeah,
I guess.
that's what they basically did was like, oh, by the way, we're
Side by side down into Parabolica. The Honda has the inside. Let's see if they go for the outbraking move. They do. They're still there side by side, but the BMW is going to have the overspeed on the outside line. It's going to give them the run down towards turn 1 now in front. See if the Honda can get on the slipstream and maybe have a chance back to challenge for this one. Of course, we also have the overall leader coming up behind. Bullwinkle isn't too far off. Blue flags will be in order, but obviously, again, they don't got to get out of their way. Even more so if you're fighting for position. Heavy defensive move from Garcia, but Will late on the brakes. Let's see if he can make the corner. Barely gets stopped. And and this is right in front of our leader, who's got to go the long way around. No contact there. Nicely done by Bullwinkle to get around that.
That's a hard stopper for you.
Cost him too much time. Let's see if we can get. Oh, I think I didn't go back far enough. Let's go back a full minute then. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think that maybe maybe the BMW thought that they were entirely clear of the Honda and turned in, but we'll have to see from this helicopter cam if it gives us a better perspective through the corner.
The 12 now drives into a wall. They spin there between Lesmo 1 and 2.
Big Will having a big moment.
So Big Will goes deep on the outside, barely gets the car to stop. Is still alongside the Beamer. Kind of looks like the Beamer kind of closes the door on the Honda there. Obviously, Race Control will have better camera angles than just this one to look at. But from that helicopter cam, it kind of looked like the Beamer just kind of squeezed the Honda in a little bit, who was technically still alongside, but maybe should have conceded the position. But it also comes down to does Race Control deem that they legitimately had right to that part of the racetrack? Because, I mean, by technicality, they are only ahead of the BMW at the previous apex because they overshot the corner. So it's also, do you consider that a legitimate overtaking move to kind of get right to the inside of the second chicane? That's definitely one of those complicated racing incident gray areas to review. As mentioned, the 12 big front end damage here, going to be diving into the pit lane.
Only 4 minutes early for the expected pit stop, so hopefully not too much of a detriment to their strategy. During the replay, Jensen did move on the number 16. But with that penalty, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he's going to have to put on some heavy pace here in order to beat his teammate. Of course, we've also seen the one had to make that drive-through on top of it, putting them back here. Perhaps a bit of fuel save, though, in that, by running on the pit limiter rather than at full throttle, but we will have to see. And I think maybe this is a good time for a little bit of a race rundown. We're 1 hour in, and pit stop should be coming up within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So let's go ahead and now go into our replay, and let's go rewatch the start of this race and get another good look at what happened at turn 1. And
technically it's turn 2.
So as the cars were coming down into turn 1 into the braking zone.
Oh, that turn 1. Oh, okay.
The Jag goes for the big defensive move, and the Beamer, or the big offensive move, I should say, and the Beamer actually kind of squeezes him off. Fortunate there to not have a bigger incident. And then 2 BMWs making contact. Audi makes a big send, missing the apex there at turn 1, obviously resulting in that drive-through penalty. So you can see here, car just kind of straight lines through the apex a little bit, contact with the Beamer, causing them to spin. So I want to see, so 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment with contact. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the only car to not have contact at turn 1 was the Bentley, who basically went with the bail contact, or the bail tactic here. Shout out to
They're currently running fourth at the moment. The triple two of
BMW,
Wilson Kona
or
Sport.
this Bentley. Shout out here as he just watches what unfolds in front of him and just takes the full bail, goes all the way off, and gets right clean through it. So that's the only car to have not made contact on lap 1 was the 10. It's or not 10, the triple two. Let's watch on board from.
You could say Adam Long was going for the long game.
Let's watch on board from the back here, our Honda, as everything unfolds just in front. Comes around the corner and just a parking lot in front. And then out of nowhere, the Honda comes, or the Audi comes swinging in from the right. Like in this screenshot, you just see a bunch of cars, and then, oh, there's an Audi here now.
That is very unfortunate.
What an incident to start off this race. What a way to get it underway.
Wouldn't be Monza without some turn 1 shenanigans.
Absolutely. Sure, I get that saved. And now we come back to live racing as the one who we were watching on board with just shoots straight off the racetrack there as soon as we cut back to him on the live camera.
Going up to maybe some of the 3 driver teams going for the pit stops.
Yeah, they will have to be stopping relatively soon. The minimum drive time for those 3 driver teams is 45 minutes. And so some of these 3 driver teams will have to be coming in relatively soon, I'd imagine, if they want to make sure they meet all the time. I think that this is also going to be a moment for us to take a little bit of a breather, go rest our voices, and take a little 3-minute break. We will be back just shortly, so sit tight. And for those of you who are subscribed with a Twitch Prime sub and are not named Ethan Lawrence, who seems to have it bugged, you probably will not see the ads, and we will give you an onboard camera so you can just get all the marvelous sounds of the racetrack. See you in a few minutes. We have returned, and it appears the pit cycles have begun. There it is. As the 222 just went off the racetrack there, but our leader has just served their pit stop as we're coming back, and the pit lane is active as everyone is making the first pit stops of their race, hitting that 3-stop strategy right as we were just or 2-stop strategy, just as we were expecting to come up soon. But as I kind of may have suspected, the 222 at the moment looking to go long on this stint, maybe going to try to make it a 1-stop strategy. There's going to be a team that's going to pull it. It's going to be that one.
Number 27 and number 22 both having very good pit stops in just over 30 seconds.
The 16 also currently staying out. It's found their way onto the podium position at the moment. So letting things cycle out. A turns indicator currently on for our Bentley, perhaps indicating they will be pitting this time. It was something that was mentioned in the driver's briefing. You turn on the right turn indicator to kind of indicate you're pitting, to make it a bit more clear to the cars around you, but I don't suspect that they should be pitting. Here they come. Yes, the Bentley is in.
Number 12 Honda choosing not to fix their damage, even though it's looking very severe.
Have a driver swap there for car 13, car 22 as well with the driver swap. Car 12 as well, so the only one to have not swapped so far, I believe, is the 104. 27 also had a driver swap. Actually, and the 10 did swap as well, so all cars to have pit so far have performed their driver swap.
27 regaining the lead after all the pit stops, as expected.
As the track temp starting to come up now, the sun rising a bit higher, just past 9 a.m. local time in game, and is currently 23 degrees Celsius on the track, up 3 degrees from the start of the race. The only car yet to pit is the 16. We're still waiting on that one to make its first stop, but interesting that the Bentley did not elect to try to push this a bit longer. I really thought that was the car that could have made it work if they really tried to push hard, but perhaps there is something in that BOP change that shrunk that fuel cell a little bit and made it harder, or maybe it just increased the fuel flow rate where it kind of burns fuel a bit quicker than it used to, and maybe making it no longer viable for it to kind of extend these stints out much longer than everyone else.
The two drivers, they could really have taken advantage of that. My screen just showed the Bentley driving off the track, so I got a little confused.
The Bentley had a bit of had an off as well just prior to the pit stops. Maybe that was something that factored into them stopping early. The 16 now making their pit stop. This is our final stop of the first cycle. It's 94 off now with the new driver in hand, so off-pace racing here in the 94, still struggling. The Mercedes obviously not happy with the current track conditions. More damage on the front end. Another latch broken for the hood, and definitely not this car's day.
I think I'm going to go drive
Steering
the
wheel
Jag
was
after
turned
this.
hard to the right there as they were leaving the pit stall. That was almost really bad. I want to rewatch that from the They almost drove right into the pit wall there, and that
Definitely done that before.
That would have been devastating.
Cold tires. Is anyone elected for tire changes?
I would suspect that everybody did take a tire change just because of the fact that it's free in this game. Whenever you whenever you fill up with fuel, you can also change tires. It has no time loss. So,
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
normally we would restrict that by then, of course, having the tire set limits, but this race does not feature the tire set limit due to it being a shortened event. So they teams should have enough tire sets to be able to really go at it and attack.
We're still
Battle
looking
for
at
second place here. The 104 chasing down the 22. Going to be looking to the inside here, actually. The Porsche opening the door for the Beamer to look. Going to take it around the outside so they can have the inside for the second part of the curve. And the 104 gets a little bit pushed off the racetrack there. All fair play, though. As now they're going to try to put their nose down to reel in the Porsche for second spot. So I think that's the biggest mover here through the pit cycles has been the 22 Porsche, who went from third up to second, of course, in that. Jumping over our 104 BMW. The 10 as well, now up in the 5th position following the Lexus incident and the 16 continued issues and the 1 30-second penalty.
Still going off, trying to push after the Porsche twice now. Off of the gravel.
Really trying to give it everything that this BMW has, and definitely has found where the limit is and is going over. You see after the off track they're reaching down and adjusting on the car. It's perhaps slight adjustments to either brake balance or traction control, maybe a little bit, to make the car get a little bit more responsive, give them a little bit more flexibility on corner exit to keep his foot flat. Or perhaps even going in the opposite direction where maybe he wants it to be a little bit less restrictive and maybe wants it to let the car step out a bit. So maybe we can help it rotate with the throttle. Really good rotation there at Parabolica, but oh, there's that snap oversteer. So maybe that is what he did, was turning down that traction control just a little bit. Still got a good run through Parabolica right up towards the rear end of the Porsche now. See if he can get that slipstream and sniff his way down into turn 1.
Well, the Porsche opens the door again. Yep.
Porsche's going to let the inside up once more. Same move as last time. Oh,
Porsche
but the
goes
Porsche
off.
got scared.
Outbraced itself.
Caught the grass there in the braking, smashing the boards.
Went a Vettel there.
And gets the drive-through penalty there. Unable to slow down enough to not get the penalty for cutting the course. So an unfortunate mistake and a drive-through here from Rusimov. Just barely missing that corner under the braking zone here. You can see all the rear end locked up a little bit and got into the grass, and at that point it was just too little too late to be able to slow it down, and Rusimov in the Porsche drive-through penalty for second place. That is an unfortunate event for that car.
It's almost like they didn't even try to slow down. Kind of just... Oh! Speaking of slowing down.
Big old bobble there coming through Ascari as we cut back to the live feed.
Porsche death is real.
And through goes the BMW for position on track, even without the drive-through. But now we're waiting on the stop-go 30 to be served by the 94 and the drive-through by the 92. Both off-pace racing machines have a penalty that requires them to enter the pits here. Coming in, slowing it way down, getting onto that pit limiter. .49 miles per hour, I believe that is in this car. No, actually it is kilometers an hour in this car. Okay, so it's like 32, 33 miles per hour.
Must feel like a snail's pace of eternity for them.
In comparison to the speeds on the front straightaway here? Absolutely. But the fortunate portion for them is no position lost. Still on the podium following that drive-through. The 222 is just exiting Parabolica now. So the gap is obviously closed, but they do not run the risk of losing that podium position anytime soon. As the gap currently says 37 seconds, but I'm going to chalk that up as a bit of a lie due to the pit lane being as a part of the Delta. So we'll have to see where they actually cycle out as they cross the Sector 1 timing line. I'm going to guess it's a bit more around 12 or 13 seconds on that gap. There it is, 13 seconds as of the timing line. Now we gotta see, can the Bentley go and march down that gap maybe? You know, the 22 is a bit flustered at the moment. They made a couple of mistakes. And maybe this Bentley on these fresh tires can go and try to close the gap down and be a bit more...
Marcelli in the pits.
Oh, yeah. That is seemingly out of nowhere. Surely that does not make a bunch of logical sense here. There's no contact to the 104, so no damage on board. Why is the 104 pitting here with 1 hour 44 minutes remaining? You can't make it to the end here. Well, this throws a major wrench into it as the 22 goes by there, now taking second position. And the 222 may have a chance at the podium here. Let's see, when does the 104 get rolling? They are still stationary.
Maybe they have some type of
stop.
Equipment issue or something.
There it is, car rolling now. Driver swap has occurred. Vercelli out.
Did they forget the driver swap?
Personnel
first
in. I mean, that's possible, but I don't know really why you would force that swap to occur now, because you've crossed over that 60-minute mark for Vercelli, and it basically all you have to do is just make your final pit stop at like an hour or two remaining, which these cars can clearly make. They made it on the first stint there. If you put like an hour or two remaining, and you get Pulcinella back in the car then, and let him just do the final stint, then you would be more than fine to break that 60-minute minimum for two drivers. So the only thing I think of is are they a three-driver team? I don't recall.
I'm looking. It doesn't look like they are.
See, the 104 was not.
No, they're not. So they could have gone long.
Yeah, they definitely could have made that. If they were a three-driver team, then they obviously would have had to have made that swap for the 45-minute drive time. But Pulcinella in the car now and down to 6th place. Dressel just ahead in the 16th, 6 seconds up the road. But now we're going to have to regain all of that time. It was looking like they were on track for pretty much a free second position. But I know that Sean Bartley here in the Wilson Conan Sport Bentley is not going to be upset with that. Now on the podium in the big boat. But shout out to the 10 car here. 4th place at the moment. Obviously still has yet to make that second pit stop. This is a unconfirmed 4th position, I do believe. They have not made that second pit stop. Maybe you have that information, Joe, on your app if they've made a second stop.
It says they have 2 pit stops.
Okay, so maybe they did make that second stop and get back on the strategy. If that is the case, major recovery drive here from the
They do have the
10
pace
BMW.
for sure. Having put it on pole.
Yeah, and last time around, in fact, just set the fastest lap of their race, a 149.080, which is less than a tenth of a second off of our fastest lap in the race of a 148.962. And currently, the overall leader a second slower than their personal best. So really unable to find the pace they had early on. Meanwhile, the 10 kind of finding their pace. Maybe as the track temp comes up, the car is getting better set up, and they feel comfortable, try to recover, and maybe push on for this podium, which will be a massive, massive recovery drive after the turn 1 incident and the early pit stop in this race.
Shame the Honda went off as it did. Pulling for the car is not the easiest drive with poor gearing. Really makes it quite a bit of a handful. So
The hood still appears to be up on that 12 as well. Suggesting that
yeah,
they
they
haven't completely fixed their damage.
maybe they only went for suspension.
That is a possibility.
Honda already lacking straight line speed, not making it easy for overtakes. Letting the leaders through here for the Mercedes. I'm very impressed with how well the Jag team is performing today.
I mean, yeah, they kind of lucked out there at the start. They managed to get a really good run down into turn 1. They did a fantastic save after the 10 pushed them off a bit. And to be able to then gather that back up and then get through turn 1, survive what happened there, and haven't looked back since. I mean, they've just walked away with the lead. It's definitely been a fantastic first hour and a half for that 27 crew. Hartman now in the car, and they're looking to continue to push on and maybe bring home a win for Team Jag. That would be an epic accomplishment here at the Temple of Speed.
Over a 1 minute gap they have, so they are really sitting pretty.
The 10 car continuing to close there, now below 2 seconds is the gap to the car in front. They were 7/10 quicker the last time around than that Bentley, and appear to continue closing the gap. And remember, only 10 seconds up the road from the Bentley is the 22, so at the current pace that they're rolling, they were over a second quicker than the 22 the last time around. It is entirely feasible that by the end of this stint, the 10 could be in front of the 22 car and sitting
12
in
and
second
13
position.
going to a battle here, or is this just
The 12 trying to
lap trap?
unlap themselves on the
Oh,
104 here. They sure did, going through at turn 1. Now looking to try to put on some pace here, maybe close up the gap to the 13 if they make another mistake.
It's like the number 6 letting off a little bit there. Or number 104, I'm sorry.
Doesn't see it worth fighting the position. I mean, I would say I would agree. It's not worth really fighting with someone who's a few laps down to you for position. You know, kind of let
Yes.
them get in front, and if they feel like they got the pace to drive away, let them do it. Riding their slipstream a bit, save some fuel. You got your overall leader coming up behind you, not too far away. So how would you, I'm curious, how would you pronounce the last name on the 10?
That is a very good question.
I'm not very good whenever it comes to these kind of Eastern European style names. I think that's what this is, and I
Yeah,
feel
it
really
looks like
bad
it.
if it's not. But I'm pretty sure that's what that accent is.
Oh, that's good. Lathyrus? Or Lathyrus? No. That's a goof. Google can help us.
Oh, wow. Okay. So context as to why the 104 needed to pit. Matteo Vercelli had basically got told that his power was about to be shut off at his home.
Interesting.
And in
I
an
never.
effort to not have the car get disconnected from the race, they had to pit and perform a driver swap to allow the other driver to get in and run. And wow, that's unfortunate timing, because really if it could have been 15 minutes later, then they could have been in a better position to maybe make it to the end of the race, and it wouldn't have been such a hindrance. But now it was just an extra pit stop, a huge hindrance to them. Speaking of a hindrance, the last thing that this Bentley wants to see is a BMW filling up its mirror and peeking to the inside
Going
at
for the
Parabolica,
dive.
rolling through the inside. The Bentley gonna make it easy on him, let him get in front, and now
Probably wise by the Bentley.
I would agree, because now the Bentley's gonna try to maybe get in the toe of the BMW, try to kind of maybe pick up some braking points a little bit. These cars don't drive that much differently. They're very similar platforms and philosophy. Big cars, big V8s, lots of power, lots of weight.
They could work together, even just towing each other along.
Exactly, yeah. Get a little bit of that towing each other along to go catch up to that Porsche, and then perhaps knock Rusimov entirely off the podium positions if Bartley can stick on the back of the 10. But already a second almost looks like has bridged out the gap in front. So Daniel really pushing it hard in that Bentley, or in that BMW, trying to do his best to not really have any competition from the Bentley behind.
They're gonna pull away in the next lap or two. Looks like. Another easy lap for Hartman. Number 10 lapping almost 2 seconds quicker than the 222 that last lap.
Yeah, absolutely putting the power down and trying to pull away. The gap already down 2 seconds to the 22 in front, Rusimov. So again, I suspect that we'll see in the next 15-20 minutes perhaps that and that's overestimating, that we will see the second place battle unravel.
Number 10 having the fastest potential lap by almost half a second.
Was just discussing in the chat that the Jag has a higher rev limiter than most of the cars, and so their limiter is at 7.8K rather than some of the lower ones in other cars, and so, or maybe higher ones in other cars, but they were burning more fuel on the formation lap. And so they were having to short shift there on the first stint in an effort to fuel save a little bit, which is interesting.
No far having a moment, but recovers well. And it would be nice to have the data of the fuel usage of all the cars currently.
Yeah, they this game does not give you really data for the tires, for the fuel, for anything, which is, I don't hate because it's kind of realistic to an extent, but also does kind of suck for those of us on a broadcast, just because it would be nice to have some context to things sometimes, especially for these endurance events. Again, I know that there's the app the one I assume that you're using, where it kind of gives you a little bit more information on, you know, pit stop tracking, other things like that. Kind of give you a better idea, and that's something I meant to get set up for this race, but didn't really have time to do so. You see the Porsche up front out of the windshield here just continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger, down to just shy of 6 seconds now for the gap to second.
Number 10 is the only one not being in the 49s at the moment, as the Porsche has another moment.
Yeah, we'll go look on the back camera here of the Porsche, and you'll probably see the front end of that Beamer just kind of peek its nose every once in a while. And it'll probably slowly get bigger and bigger as well out the rear end of the car. About the length of the Ascari chicane is the difference between these two at the moment. Not that much in it, but way off the racetrack there. It looked like the BMW taking a really wide exit to try and maximize the corner, maybe a little bit into the sand trap, not quite getting the most you can.
Again, almost a second faster for the number 10 in the last lap. But they're both off their usual pace.
Come back and everyone's gone. Oh, let's see. Luckily, everyone survived, it seems, so far. Oh, we're halfway through the race now.
Yes, only one DNF, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, welcome to being here, Ethan.
You know what?
we did have a retirement. The Lexus retired. They had a big off at Ascari, which resulted in way too much front-end damage.
Do recall seeing that, sadly.
And yes, that is the retirement of the race. Outside of that, everyone else is cruising along pretty well. We did just have drama with the 104. The active driver was told that their power was about to be shut off at their home, and they performed an emergency pit stop and driver change, which was quite unfortunate because it happened about 10 minutes following the actual pit stop, their scheduled stop. So definitely an unfortunate turn of events for them, taking them out of a second position, pretty much an assured second position, because the 22 got a drive-through for cutting the turn 1 chicane, and so it was pretty much a handed second place to the 104. But then now 22 back into second. But we've been watching here as Daniel, I'm gonna try this.
Oh,
Zaplaki?
I feel like you need to hack up a lung and somewhere in that.
Bulgarian. At least on Simmerson TV,
as Daniel here has been absolutely smashing down lap times, over a second quicker than anybody else on the racetrack, trying to close the gap to the 22. Now, just 2.6 seconds separate them as of the start-finish line, and you can see the Porsche massive in the windshield of the Beamer. And now at this point, is the 22 going to start making mistakes? We saw the last time there was any sort of challenge from a car, the 22 kind of choked under the pressure a little bit. They locked up the rear end, they got the front into the grass, and they went straight through the turn 1 chicane. So we haven't really seen them be in this position of having a car having to defend them for a lengthy period of time in today's race. So is the 22
number 10 gap down to 1.3.
Yeah, they're. I was about to. Yeah, when I came back, I had seen. I was like, oh, the 10's actually making its run for the lead, and I didn't know quite how big the gap was from the 27 to the second place car, the 22. But it's about half a lap. So I don't see them catching anytime soon.
So yeah, it's almost 2/3 a lap. It's almost two full sectors. The 27 has a massive lead, again, just due to the context of the second place car getting a drive-through, and then the car that then inherited second place, then having to make an emergency pit stop, basically is what handed that, what was already a large gap. I think it was like 10 or 15 seconds, just turned it into, literally 2/3 of the racetrack.
Yeah, if I could pull up our time. Actually, I can pull it up on Pitbull. We can pull up our gap here.
Porsche having a moment now, Parabolica, letting the BMW close up even faster than expected.
We cut over to the helicopter cam here, watching these two from above. Gap isn't too large, but we got to see, will there be some good competitive racing? The off-pace Racing 94 Mercedes is just off the track ahead of these two here. See if he stays off the racetrack and lets them come through. It's right at that
go for the dive.
where he's got to remerge. Actually, I didn't even see the car there. They were deep in the sand trap, it seems. This helicopter cam offers a really interesting shot to show where these cars get a lot of slide there from the Porsche. How do they get their dynamic? Going defensive, though, into Lesmo 2. Let's see if it works out. The Beamer going for the switchback. Going to have the overdrive side by side now on the straightaway down towards Ascari on the outside lane, which might honestly be the preferred lane for the BMW. Not quite sure if you can make that a kind of aggressive late braking move in the Porsche. Going to be entirely clear by the braking zone. Just
swipes right in. That was brave.
Yep, that was definitely a brave, trusting move there to close the door on the Porsche, but makes it stick and is now driving away into second place for the 10 team after qualifying on pole, falling all the way down the field, having to make an emergency pit stop early in the race, putting the pace down, putting the consistency down, and showing that they definitely deserve to be up front. Second position now for this team, and I as Ethan was mentioning, I doubt that we'll see them charge for the lead, but definitely we're going to see them pull away with the second position, I imagine.
At least it'll keep the Jag honest in the race.
Yeah, it'll still force them to kind of keep that pressure on, and they can't afford to really make all that many mistakes there in the 27. '94. Let's see what's going on here. There's a massive, massive bit of damage on this car. You can just see the front end. It just looks sad at this point. It's like, just put me out of my misery.
He is full lock trying to stay on the track.
Just using the wall as guidance here. That's definitely not what you want to see, especially if you're these cars that are coming up behind you at the 10 and the 22, come up to lap them once again.
If there was a safety car, you definitely would see it here.
Yes, this would definitely be a case of a safety car being engaged. But I think it would also be a case of a shotgun being engaged to put this thing down because it is just dragging like a dog that doesn't want to live anymore.
I admire their fighting spirit, though. Most people, I would imagine, in that position would just leave the server.
Yeah, absolutely. I would in this position as well. I would have just parked it and quit. So the fact that this car is still rolling along is massively impressive. Staying to the left side of the racetrack here on the exit of Ascari. Of course, doing their best to stay out of everybody's way as the painting camera decides we're not allowed to see the Mercedes. Bumper cam no longer has a bumper to show us. As you mentioned, still kind of full lock. I wonder if that's a little bit glitched in the sense of showing it at full lock, because maybe they're overly locked, if that makes sense. They're further than what the lock of the game displays.
Oh, I see.
Because they do seem to still be kind of turning the car from left to right slightly, despite the hands not moving. So they may be like 2 full turns to the right now in their steering. But because the game only displays a turn in each direction, it's not quite showing that.
Well, the question is, will they be able to get in the pits with the steering as it is?
Definitely gonna be pushing it. Luckily, a clear track here through Parabolica, so they're able to get to the right side of the track and still inch this car around. Staying to the far right, the 13 Shirley's going to know that there is yellow flags up ahead, staying on the outside of the racetrack very nicely. And the 94 will be inching their way into the pit lane now.
Just noticed the number 12 Honda having its turn signal on like a 7-year-old grandma.
And
Indicating they have no idea what's going on.
into the pit lane. Now let's see if they can make their box. As they begin to inch the car over to the right very slightly. Now kind of pulling it back straight.
The gaping hole into the front of the car representing their spirit of the race, probably.
Nicely done. They get it in the box. Car is stopped. And perform the work. Now I have to go into this replay here because I have to see what was the incident that caused this car to be in this position. So we have to figure out what exactly happened here on lap 44 for the 94. Down into turn 1 here. Let's see if they should make it through here cleanly, I imagine. Yeah, everything looks fine there. A little bit wide on corner exit, but all good. You see the barriers, all sorts of... Oh, maybe just a bit of a distracted driving and into the grass on the outside of Curva Grande. That's the name of that corner. Pretty sure that's the name of that corner.
We'll go with it.
Got in the grass just a little bit on the outside, caught that inside wall afterwards. So I'm gonna have to assume that that's maybe just a bit of not looking exactly where they were going, and kind of letting the steering wheel be a bit too loose as they just kind of drove it into the outside and around it went.
Number 10 is lapping almost a second faster each lap than the leader, but I don't think there's going to be 75 laps for them to make the difference.
Yeah, we're definitely... I would say that they could maybe close that gap another 40 seconds, but I don't know about the full 75, 80 seconds that they need to close.
It does mean if the Jag has one big incident, though, the race is on, so... with the incident with the 22, the 222 is closed up quite a bit to 2.6 seconds.
I ran 5 seconds a lap faster on that last lap compared.
Yeah.
So.
And the gap is still seems to be leveling out now, but... Any other awesome GRG events going on? That
We have currently on Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern, we are running TCRs. This leg of the series, we're off in Asia. So join us on Race Room Thursday nights, TCRs. We're currently round 4. Next Thursday, yeah, it'll be the 4th. We'll be going to Ningbo, I believe is how you pronounce that track. But almost halfway through.
Do the TCRs have the same problem they do in AC, where they basically tri-wheel every turn and lock up?
Not quite, no. It's a little bit of locking up, but not quite. Not too bad. You're usually pretty
I will
off.
say, to the drivers out there who are watching this stream, I know a lot of you are probably ACC GT3 drivers, but if you have not installed Race Room, it is free to play, right?
It's
It
true.
is a free game. You can install it. It has base content that you can play. It's a couple of race tracks, a couple cars. I think Portimao is one of the real life tracks that's free. And there's another
And
one.
Sepang.
Yeah, Sepang is the other one that's free, of real life tracks. And then they have 2 fantasy tracks as well that are free. And then they have a handful of cars, a mix of real cars and fake cars that are free to drive as well. As the Porsche goes way off there. They're
They're going to give the 222 the run.
And the fight is on between these two now for 3rd place. Rudely interrupting my speech, but no. But like I was saying though, if those of you who are here, if you've not given Race Room a shot, do it. It's free to play. Give it a shot. Work on it a bit. The feedback's a bit weird. Some of the settings can be a bit weird. But give it a shot. Work on it. Obviously, those of us in GRG, we're always willing to help. If you're in our Discord, you can always send a message into the Race Room chat, just asking, hey, like, can you guys help with this? Or hey, what's this? Or any, thing that we think you should buy, whatever. And we can absolutely say those TCR cars on Race Room are some of the most fun you will have in sim racing, period. They are so much fun. Race Room has such good netcode and contact, like geometry, where like you can race them like TCR cars. You can bump each other and move each other and really race hard, but it completely, the game just, it treats it like as if it would be real life, and as if your car weighs 3,000 pounds, 4,000 pounds, and you can take a hit. And it is so much fun to drive. It's definitely one of the things that I miss doing the most with my work shift, not letting me run in the TCR series anymore. I definitely miss it a lot because those cars are so much fun to drive. And if you've never given it a shot, do it 100%. It's worth it. And the cars are like $3. You can buy the car for like $3. So it's a free game. You spend $3 on the car, and it's like $3 for the track. Or if you buy the starter pack, it's like $20, and you get a car and a handful of tracks. Worth a shot. Whoa!
Bentley off, trying to go for the move on the Porsche.
The Bentley, not BMW. What am I saying?
What a...
Oh, that is unfortunate. Had the run easy.
They just...
And their car is very much destroyed at this point, it looks like.
They were trying a little bit too hard there, trying too much to get the sniff and make it a late move. And I think they just too abruptly turned the steering wheel to the right here. We'll see it from this onboard camera. Falling right up on the back of the Porsche. And they just kind of make a hard cut to the right, and the rear end just steps out. Going from the lack of air to a lot of air on the front end. Just the car goes around. Wow, what an incident that is. Unfortunate. But also race changing.
It reminded me of one of those crashes you see like in F1 games where you have the DRS open and the rear end just snaps around on you.
Yeah, that's exactly what that looked like. And really, it's kind of the effect that just played out right there, if you think about it, because you were coming off the corner with the way the weight was and with the way the air was. As soon as they peaked the front end out from behind the Porsche, the rear end was still kind of in the wind. It was still in that kind of slipstream. And so you lack that rear downforce, but you just suddenly get a bunch of front end downforce. It's kind of the similar effect to DRS being open. And yeah, just right around they went. And lots of front end damages was mentioned. They're going to be diving it into the pit lane here. So maybe now the 16 has a chance to claw their way into 4th, I believe. As they're coming by now, getting lapped by our overall leader, the 27.
They'll force the 222 into a long stint at the end for sure.
Yeah, you definitely, you can't afford to have to pit another time, so this is going to be their final stop, but that damage is going to hurt them so much, I just don't even know if they're going to be able to have a chance to challenge back for 4th place or 5th place again. 4th, yeah, 4th. Wow, what a crazy turn of events that was. We were about to watch a really fun battle, and then just boom, Bentley weight transfer, and catches out the best of them.
Looks like the 104 and the 1 might be having a battle here soon. About a 1.5 second gap between the two.
As it also appears that both of them just got by the 222 as well, so this will be a battle for 5th.
And believe the gap is now maintaining. I don't know, down to 72 seconds between the two, the 27 and the 10. But I noticed there for a second that the gaps were maintaining and they were hitting pretty equal lap times. But now it seems the difference is back again.
Down to 1.3 now. 1 second actually coming out of the Lesmo.
They're really closing in now.
In that nice slipstream.
We need to do top speed test of these cars, but I wonder if the Audi's one of the faster cars on the grid, the new one, or if it's about average.
I got a speed trap set up on the turns 1 right before they hit the chicane.
Okay.
Right now, the best top speed is the Jag, followed by the Honda.
I knew the Honda was fast. Oh, the one drives in the back of the 104. Oh.
Oh, unfortunate.
Not what you want to see between that battle. I think almost what happened. Oops, sorry.
Well, as I say, it's definitely been a sloppy day for the one car. They've had a very productive outing here at the Temple of Speed. I mean, there's a huge gap there, just missing the brakes altogether and into the back of the BMW. And yeah, it's gonna be major damage, I would imagine, to both cars here. But the one just really not having their way today.
The one seeming like going the strategy of Joey Logano.
Or Pastor Maldonado.
Yes.
He is not racing at Spa. It's his cousin, apparently. His cousin or nephew or someone is racing Spa this weekend. Manuel.
A stop-go 30 for the 222.
Yes.
Seems fair.
Yeah, I think they had gotten us speeding in pit lane. Let's see what pit wall has to say about that. Nope, it just doesn't tell me. It just says that when they get cleared. I'm going to assume it is for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm... although I always thought that was just a drive-through.
No, just, speeding in pit lane, stop go 30. Drive-through is for track limits. Yeah.
So confusing. Track is continuing to get warmer here with just over 1 hour remaining. 26 degrees Celsius now. Up 6 degrees from the start of the day as we're nearing 10 a.m. local time.
Long misses his pit box as well. From the looks of it.
So bad goes to worse here for the 222. Now I'm going to find their way all the way down in pretty much last place at this point. The 94 will most certainly take up the rear at this stage. They've just really not had their way today. A bunch of incidents, and of course that 2 laps of driving around at 15-20 mile an hour. It's definitely going to hurt them.
Yes, they're about 9 laps off the next car, which would be the 222. So, as the 222 stop go is cleared, and looks like they do not get another one, which is good to see. We had an issue with that Imola last season, last series, where the team had they sped into the pit lane, tried to serve their stop go 30, sped into the pit lane while doing it, and then, thought it was a glitch, and that was a whole mess.
Kind of a shame the 10 and 27 are so far apart, given that their pace is almost identical, and they're the only ones lapping in the 49s.
I think they're the only ones with clean cars. I mean, granted, the 10 and the 27 did make contact there on lap 1, but it's side to side, so it wasn't crazy. The 10 did get spun there by the one car. Ooh, a little loose. Keep it control. They got hit by the big dive by the one car, so that did not help them. let's see where we are at with their gaps now. Yeah, 69 seconds is the 94 is now off the track there down the straightaway. Not sure what happened.
They have another moment. Ugh, it's just not their day.
Suspension broken? I get an onboard shot of that. Yeah, suspension is completely broken. Going down the straight there, holding that wheel completely sideways.
Yeah,
is
what
the-
just happened
Oh.
there? They were, I think it's, is this like another kind of lapse in judgment? They seem to be driving along fine, and then the car just turned hard left into the wall down the straightaway.
Not quite sure.
An equipment issue?
I mean, it looks kind of similar to what we saw in the incident earlier, so as mentioned, equipment issue is not impossible, where maybe they just have these continued malfunctions going on. It's causing the car to kind of just jerk or not react correctly. But it looked very similar to what we saw with them at turn 3, where the car kind of just rolled off the corner and into the grass. It was similar there, just on the straightaway, just misjudging the kink on the straight.
Not quite too sure. I would like to review that one. Probably review it here in a moment and see what happened. But yeah, not the best race for the 94 today. As he can't quite make it to the pit lane. He's trying, but his suspension not really helping him. So he kind of has to cross over the line to get in there.
Kind of an illegal pin entry there, but I think that we let that one slide.
Yeah. Luckily, no one was around, and you know the damage on their car. Yeah, the wheel's fully to the right, and they're still barely going in a straight line. So I'm not quite too sure. Doesn't look like there's a tire down. That's the thing.
Well, this is now the second time that they've had severe linkage damage like this, so I can't imagine that the car is all too happy with them.
Yeah, we'll get a little.
Meanwhile, let's go on board with a car who's had seemingly no issues today. The 27 Jaguar riding up front. Let's give them a little bit of a commentator's curse. As okay, let's talk about the interior of this car. It looks so much different compared to the other GT3s. It definitely shows its age, I would say.
The wheel, personally, wheel looks nice. If I could get a good. The dash, not so much, but you know.
Yes.
The wheel does look very nice, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's aged like a fine wine.
I would say, yeah, I like the style of the wheel. I like kind of the dish that it has to it. Looks really nice. Although it seems like it would be a bit awkward to work. Just like the positions of where things are, it seems like it could be awkward in your hand. It's a bit of a small wheel, doesn't have a large diameter. And yeah, I mean, you're talking about the dashboard. It's definitely an interesting dash cluster in this car.
Very blocky. Best way to put it.
It's kind of like the Audis.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Audi though is like, it's like kind of set into where like the actual dash is in the Audi. Where like in the Jag, this is like, it's just like they just mounted a piece of plastic onto the drive shaft, like onto the steering wheel shaft. It's like, yep, no, that's it. That's our dashboard. Like, I bet you the actual dash, like, gauges are just there underneath just that carbon fiber panel. It just seems to be just screwed into the dashboard. It's probably just to cover where all the gauges are. I think that gets an American stamp of approval, though. Now, okay, why does it say up there at the top, says check your driver ID?
Where?
On the foam, on the roll cage in the Jag. just above like where the steering wheel is. It says check your driver ID.
Could not tell you.
Alright.
Uh-oh, Manati has died at Spa.
Are you about to get pulled over in your GT3 car?
That's interesting. So Race Room kind of flies under the radar, it feels like, as far as what I hear about.
And it doesn't really get much, love. It wasn't the best for a while there, and all of a sudden it started getting a lot of updates, and it got much, much better.
I'd still say it shows its age. It doesn't have a day-night cycle. It doesn't have weather cycle. It doesn't, obviously doesn't support driver swaps. It's based on the R Factor 1 engine. It's been updated, but it's still you can kind of tell that it's based on the R Factor 1 engine. But I think it has all the good things of the R Factor engine. None of the bad things. Well, less of the bad things. I think overall, just for a fun experience, it's really good. It's not the best for the most realistic experience, but it is the best for a fun experience. The DTM cars on there, even though someone doesn't like them, I personally love them.
Yeah.
I think they're a ton of fun as well. I think the whole Class 1 chassis is fantastic, and then you pair in with DRS and all that. It's so much fun. And Racer, they have like a hill climb rally on there.
They have a fake reel what happened to the 94 car?
Yeah, they have that they had that Volkswagen Pikes Peak car on there.
Yeah, the Volkswagen Judd. As a reviewing the 94 incident, they just turned too much for the corner, which is really weird. Actually, kind of just keep the wheels straight.
They just missed the corner again, turn 1. The accident.
Yeah, they're not.
Oh, they're just flustered, maybe. Not very good.
Possibly.
Over it. Trying to, how are their points for 10th position? They're just sticking it out.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I mean, and Racer has a lot of really fun things in it. I would say it has a lot of solid content. It's just fun. It's iRacing's more serious for online racing. ACC is more serious for GT3 racing. R Factor is more serious for prototype racing. But in terms of being able to just log on and have fun, I don't think you can beat where Racer's at. It's just fun.
I think the iRacing model probably turns people off a little bit.
And they've made improvements. I will give them that. Driving it back in 2019, 2018, I believe. End of the year, beginning of the year. That was before the new tire model came in. The damage model, wasn't overall, fantastic to drive, but you still interesting. And then coming over now and driving it now, it's just okay, pretty decent to drive, much better than it was. Do like the new damage model. There are some quirks that it has, but still pretty decent even now. But obviously, as of recent times, the whole grass dipping and was it the brake warming exploit thing, and just kind of shedding bad light on them in recent times. Exploits in terms of the sim, it kind of just depends on who you are and what side of the boat you're on. I'm kind of in the middle where not my favorite, but it's definitely kind of rewarding to drive at times. As the 27 car is now in the pits.
Yes,
for their
our final pit
pit stop
is beginning. So our overall leader is in. I'd be curious to see just how close the gap can possibly get between the 10 and them. They will still have the lead, I would imagine, even after the pit stop.
The 10 car, is coming down the back straight now, so not quite sure if they'll pass them, because it's about a 30-second stop, fuel and tires and all that. Then you have, your 15, 20 seconds or so to get down the pit lane.
Rolling down the pit lane now. Actually, it might be pretty close. There might be a chance the 10 can get a lap led or two here by overtaking the 27. Here they are on pit exit. Gonna get it done, I think. Just barely. As they come down to the braking zone side by side and through goes the 10, they will get to lead a lap in this race.
Oh, they deserved it for sure.
I feel like that's a really good achievement for them, realistically speaking, as the pole sitter, getting caught up in a big wreck on lap 1 and then having to serve that pit stop really early on. The fact that they're going to get a lap lead checked on their box for this race is a massive achievement, and definitely nothing to to kind of to like bat an eye at. Like that's a pretty big achievement to get done. I think I just noticed, does the BMW have a digital fuel reading on it?
I believe it does.
Digital fuel reading.
I have to use the free cam to see it. It sure does. Look at that. I wonder if that's accurate.
Oh, there. Probably to the drivers themselves, but to a spectator, probably not.
Yeah.
Interesting to note. I know ACC likes to hide that information, which hit or miss, I think. Don't love, don't hate. But as actually no, the 27th is the most fast lap. But yeah, brought up that place, at least in IMSA wise, you usually have your pit stop timer / class decal / whatever you want to call it. I don't know the exact name for it, but that like position LED thing they got going on. It's usually right about the area it sits on both sides as the number 104 car gets out of the way and stays out of the way there.
Oof. Someone having a moment there on turn 1 exit.
Wish they had our virtual marshals who could just, grab a room out real quick and sweep off the the nonsense there at turn 1. Clean up just a little bit.
Final warning for car number 1. Is that for track limits or just contact?
Just overall driving standards due to the multiple incidents.
Oh! Bullwinkle punting
Uh-oh.
out on that 104.
Didn't quite see that one. No,
Oh yeah, on corner exit there, just a little bit of a tap to the rear end. Maybe BMW was trying to be slow to kind of like let them make a move into Lesmo 2, and that's one of the reasons why blue flags are advisory here and not mandatory.
Yeah.
Is we don't want people making kind of slowing down moves like that. Maybe it was just an innocent misjudgment by the Jag to maybe they got a better run than the BMW did on the exit of the corner. Ultimately, no harm, no foul. Really, nobody made too bad a contact. Hopefully, no damage to either car, and they both roll on straight for the time being. But
yeah,
just a little bit of a bump. Like, hey, get out of my way, bud.
Yeah, number 13 has served their stop, and they've made their final driver swap as well.
Yeah, both the 12 and the 13 have made their final stop. We're still waiting on others to make theirs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, have 3 drivers. You might want to pit here soon, being that you need to serve 45 minutes of drive time for all drivers. If you're driving with 3 now. If you're driving with 2, you have an hour. But, no.
Now, this might be a legitimate fight for position. The 222, of course, they made that pit stop with about an hour, 12 hour 13 remaining. They could very well get this car to go to the end of the race here. So this might be a genuine fight for position here in 8th.
Big Will does have a fresh car now.
Yep, they did finally repair that damage that we've been waiting so long for them to do. Looking to the right, maybe into Lesmo 1. We're going to take a peek up here. The 1 about to make a move on the number 13. Of course, they're on different pit cycles here, but racing close together.
104 went off.
No contact in that time. Sure that The other teammates here for the one are very thankful to see no contact on a move. The 10 is pulling into the pit lane, make their final stop here.
And the Bentley get a good run out of the Parabolica to overtake the Honda.
It's going to be a big run here down the front straightaway. Massively in the toe of that Honda, but of course the Honda sits low, so it doesn't give off much of a slipstream wake. I'm not quite sure it's going to be close enough to make a lunge down in turn 1 this time, but maybe if he gets a good run through turn 2, you can get there by turn 3, right up on the bumper there at the apex of the corner. Let's see if he can get a good roll here and get down towards the second chicane. Maybe a move there. Kicking the foam out of the way was the Honda.
Long showing good patience here. Oh, you might have it here.
Maybe to the inside of the Lesmo. Maybe just trying to force a little bit of an error on the Honda. There it is. That's exactly the error you wanted to force. But he can't capitalize, having to avoid the incident. The Honda did a great job to recover.
He might get the cutback here, though.
And now on the cutback, going to be side by side down towards the Ascari. Two massive headlights of the Bentley looking, trying to scare him away. The Honda, though, got the legs on the straightaway. And it's going
Bentley
to keep the
flirting with
position.
death with the doing the same thing that caused their incident before, the constant in and out, the slipstream.
Yeah, exactly. That was the that's exactly the thing that did cause them that incident earlier. So that is a fair shout. Maybe they're a bit more cautious this time around, especially if they're going to try it at Curva Grande. Maybe not so much there. A big lunge on the entry there to Parabolica. See if they can roll the exit of the corner here. They're a bit closer this time than last, but not quite
only
sure
3
they're
tenths.
close enough.
The Honda is just not known for its top speed, from what I remember. Maybe after the update.
Yeah, I think I remember it being one of the quicker cars in a straight line in terms of ultimate top speed. However, it struggled to get up to top speed. It doesn't have great acceleration.
Yeah, the gearing is so weird on the Honda. Like it's the you're out of the power band, like for a lot of between like second and third gear. In first gear, you have this crazy turbo like kick. It's so short.
Only getting that clean air there under braking, closing the gap back up. I'm going to be up near him again, not quite close enough to do the same thing he did last time to try to force the error in Lesmo 1. Bit of a shallow entry, though, for the Honda. It's going to open up the door maybe for the Bentley to get a good run out of Lesmo 2 and maybe make a charge towards Ascari. Here it is. Both cars get through Lesmo 2 very cleanly, though. Not quite going to be enough to close the gap, I don't think.
I'm pulling in 0.4 of a second. Honda doing a great job defending. Utilizing the advantage of the Honda on the straights. Since the Bentley got a slightly better drive out of Ascari. Little of a wiggle. It's going to give the Honda some room to breathe here.
Interesting little note coming in from race control. The number 1 Audi shows that there's still 4 minutes 23 seconds remaining for driver Rebecki in that car, but they will need to perform one more swap in order to put another driver in. And the onboard that we're watching here with the 222 needs Bartley to still drive 20 more minutes in order to make their drive time minimum. So We will have to see both of those cars, I do believe, make a pit stop before the end of this race. Otherwise, they would be disqualified on drive time limits, at least as of the provisional readings from race control. That's a good run here through chicane 2. Again, let's see if maybe they get close enough. Try to make a move into a Scari. Actually, might get it into Lesmo 2 here. Side by side, not quite. It's one thing about Lesmo 1 is that that's probably the one area you could get away with a little bit of a mistake because it's just such a narrow spot of the racetrack. There's nothing the car behind you can do, but it really makes the gap get tight here going down the straightaway towards the Scari. But again, not quite close enough. The Honda really good with the long legs that it's got right now. Maybe a really low downforce setup compared to maybe a higher downforce setup on the Bentley. But the Honda are doing a really good job being able to just stay out in front, not allow much of a challenge to come from the Bentley. I think this is where it's going to have to happen is down here. Either a run into Parabolica, or the Bentley's going to have to roll back the entry of Parabolica to get a really good exit and then beat them down into turn 1. And
Long keeps going out of shape here at the exit.
yeah, they keep on kind of overdriving the entry just a little bit, kind of washing wide in the aero wake of the Honda, not really able to get the nose pointed exactly where they want it, and it's allowing Big Will to keep this position defended. Currently, it's a fight for 7th with the 104. Oh,
Oh, almost a moment there.
A little bit late on the brakes. A little bit of a lock up there for the 222. That's going to bridge a pretty sizable gap now for the Honda.
That might allow the Honda to pull away from the slipstream. Give them a lot of breathing room. Big Will not being deterred by the pressure given by the Bentley. Really good driving.
Yeah, that was a solid bit of the defense. Obviously, a couple of mistakes that we saw, both of them happening in Lesmo 1, which just seems to be generally a corner that Big Will is just struggling with, regardless of the car following him. But here, a little bit of a mistake through Lesmo 2 as well. The Bentley recloses the gap back up. And now we have another chance for a challenge. But again, the Honda, look at the legs on the straightaway, pulling way out.
And getting 210s alone in that straight.
I think the Bentley kind of lifted a little bit there because they didn't shift into 6th. They stayed in 5th gear there. I almost wonder if maybe there's a little bit of a lift that occurred on the Bentley side of things.
Bullwinkle lapping P4.
I think this is about a good time, though, for us to take our final break of the race. Let us go rest our throats a little bit more and come back for the final 40 minutes of this one. But we will be taking a quick break. And again, for those of you who are subscribed to the channel via Twitch Prime or with any subscription, you will not see the ad break, which means you will get to continue watching this battle as it unfolds. And we will see the rest of you in 3 minutes time. And we are back. We return. Nothing has changed in terms of the fight for position here for 7th. We've seen the battle continue to persist on, but no major moves or swaps have occurred. Meanwhile, up the field, we see pretty much everything maintaining as it was just 3 minutes ago. I don't know how I missed this earlier, but there was a driver swap for the 10 at their pit stop whenever they came in, but I have just now noticed that they did do that swap. So they will be meeting their time just barely, but they will be meeting that time. The 22 is kind of sitting on an island of its own at the moment, really. They had that opportunity where they were sitting pretty far down, but they've come back into that podium after their drive-through earlier. And now they're just kind of sitting on their own. The 16 is 25 seconds behind in the 4th position. And this McLaren's just kind of been minding its pace, really. It's just kind of been that, yeah, I'm here type of car for the DSRT Sim-X Pro team. They've not done anything wrong, but also not really had the pace to try to go charge up front. They've just kind of minding their business. So coming home with a 4th, I'm sure it's going to be a pretty solid result for them. They'll be more than happy to do that. The 1 car, I mean, it's kind of the story of the day, to be honest, outside of the Jaguar, who is currently leading the race. I mean, what could have been for this team, I really don't know. They have so much pace, it seems. They've been quick all over the place, but they've just consistently ran into small issues, whether it's making contact with people, going off on their own, or speeding in the pit lane. I think they had as well. Like, they've seemed to basically, if you could have an incident, they've had it in terms of the way that today's race has gone. So currently sitting in the 5th position. They are a lap behind to the car in front of them. Well, almost a full lap behind to the car in front of them, so really not much of a chance for anything better. But I do feel like if they would have had a clean day and not had that incident at lap 1, turn 1, that resulted in them getting their penalties, that they possibly could have had a good charge at the podium and even higher with a clean start. 13 car, meanwhile, this is probably our closest battle on position. They're separated by just 6.5 seconds, and I do believe, no, the 1 does have it's a pit stop, so actually this would not be technically a fight for position, because I was kind of ignoring the 22 and the 222 and the 12, because I was thinking the 222 also needs to make a pit stop, but the 1 car is also 5 minutes off on their drive time, so they will have to make another pit stop before the end of this race. So again, if you can have an incident, 1's had it. They've had a really rough go of it. The 13, they ran into a couple incidents earlier on in the race, kind of self-inflicted wounds, which kind of resulted putting them down the field, but they've since recovered. They've survived well, put themselves in good positions, and basically take advantage of what everyone else gives them. So as others have made mistakes, they've go ahead and, all right, we'll take that position, and we'll take that position, finding themselves now in 6th place. 12 Honda, they rode around for a while without the repaired damage on their car. They had a little bit of a couple incidents earlier on in the event, but it's been a rather clean second half for them, and currently riding in that 7th position. It's been kind of a similar, okay, we'll pick up the spots as the other 2 fall, with the 104 and the 222 both running into their emergency issues. 222 still owes us a pit stop, as we just mentioned. This car has had top 3 podium pace all race long, but ran into a couple of its own mistakes. It obviously had that big incident going through Curva Grande where it just lost the rear end and went nose into the wall, causing a ton of damage. And now they're back here fighting for position 7 at the moment with Big Will, but again, they owe us a pit stop, so I do not believe this will be a position that they will hold ultimately.
Really, it makes you wonder why Big Will is fighting so hard, because they're both down 2 seconds on the rest of the field's lap pace, and do they not know about the other pit maybe, and that's why they're fighting so hard?
Yeah, there's a possibility that they're not thinking about that per se, right? You know, they're thinking, all right, let's get this on position and on merit outright. But then you also got to add the 222. Surely, like, I would almost say they want to be by as quickly as possible because they have the 104 to worry about behind them. And it's very possible that whenever they come to make their stop, I mean, it will happen. At the current gap, whenever they make their stop, the 104 is going to jump them. Only 18 seconds down the road, 19 seconds down the road. I mean, that's not that large of a gap. And, I mean, that would be smaller than even just a drive-through, let alone also having to stop and swap drivers. So the 104 is definitely going to have a chance to jump up into 8th, which, again, 104 had that pace on that podium all day. I mean, they were pretty much a guaranteed second position, it looked like, after an hour into this race. But then had the unfortunate timing of having to make an emergency pit stop to swap drivers due to one of theirs having a what seemed to be power outage issue relatively soon. And so they had to get that driver out of the car and put the other one in, and that has now resulted in them falling down the grid. And then I believe they ran into a little bit of contact, and it just hasn't been quite the position for them to recover since then. Currently sitting in the 9th position. And the 94 team, who have just not had a day. I've described this Mercedes as the dog that wants to be put down many a times, and I think that it's still a fair phrase to use. This Mercedes has been beat up a lot, and the Mercedes customer support group is quite happy with the amount of money that they've had to spend buying front nose pieces for this car.
The mechanics really earning their money today, aren't they?
And suspension parts.
But rolling along in the 10th position, so they will obviously still finish in that 10th position, but I don't think they're going to get anything higher, as they're currently 12 laps down on the next car in front of them.
There's still 32 minutes left in this race, and anything can happen.
Well, 32 minutes, that's not even 12 laps left in this race. Or it's 15 laps left in this race. So
someone could crash out in the next few laps.
Still a possibility.
I mean,
But
all right, let's just call a red flag for everybody with the
As we almost give the Porsche the commentator's curse.
not the Porsche, no. We need that their teammate car. They need to
Almost lost it coming out of the second Lesmo.
not the teammate car.
Taking one for the team.
Now that would be the story. Get beat by because obviously there's gonna be a team rivalry there. How shameful would it be for the 22 car to finish behind the 94 at this stage? I kind of want to see it happen.
Did the 10 have another off? Or the 94?
Yeah, I think so. They just did.
Oh yeah.
They rolled off at Ascari. So who do I gotta pay $30 to wreck the 22?
Bullwinkle just putting in the fastest lap of the race, a nice 48.7.
Car coming to life at 28 degrees Celsius now. Jaguar just getting faster.
Oof. That line, though. Bentley's starting to fall a little back from the Honda.
We will keep the economy going, says the 94 team. That's the spirit.
It's all part of the economy, you know.
I mean, all you gotta do is just go contact Lawrence Stroll, you know.
Ah, yes, there you go.
Or
He doesn't have to pay Seb anymore, right? So he'll have the money.
Yeah.
oh boy, what even is Seb's contract at this stage?
15 million.
15?
Yeah.
Actually, no,
I think it was half of Ferrari what was paying them.
Let's see, whatchamacallit. Lance just getting paid his allowance, you know, that's his salary.
He got a whole team.
Exactly.
And then, yeah, I was just saying that, I think, earlier. The fact that Alonso managed to get Zach Brown and McLaren to pay him $46 million per year for those 2 years he was at McLaren is insane to me. Like, shout out to his agent.
Wow, I would be very upset.
Like, Fernando Alonso was the highest paid athlete in the world for those 2 years. He made more than anybody. To do nothing but trash on the company.
Was it worth driving those Honda powered cars though?
I mean,
it wasn't any worse than the Ferrari in the 2014.
I was about to say, I mean, I don't think any of his alternatives were all that much better.
He is the king of making terrible business decisions. Leaves
I've-
Ferrari right as they get competitive again.
I've always said that. I think that Alonso is a terrible teammate. I think that he's terrible at developing a car. Like, Lewis helped develop Mercedes. Vettel helped develop Red Bull. Fernando trashed every team that he went to.
Really,
That
though.
ain't true.
Like,
Burned every bridge.
and then he every team went to trash once he was there, and then he completely burned the bridge to leave, and has no opportunity of like going back. And it's like,
Well, that's
man,
why they don't want to sponsor an IndyCar. Honda. It's like, nope, sorry, no.
exactly. You got to drive a Chevy, dude. Got no choice.
To be fair, the Honda engine did blow up his first Indy 500.
I mean, this is true. Yes, the
The
Honda
Honda
engine
engine
did
did blow
do
up
that.
in the Indy 500 the first time, and then the second time, to be fair, Zach Brown was the reason why he didn't qualify for the race, because Zach Brown decided to go get the car repainted in Texas rather than practice throughout the week.
Yeah, because it was the wrong colored orange.
Well,
I forgot about that. It wasn't papaya orange.
The car and the nose cone were two different oranges, and so they went and repainted the whole car rather
don't
than
understand.
repainting the nose.
I just don't understand how you do that.
Like, I understand that, like, you have just repaint the nose. Nobody's gonna care all that much. Just repaint the nose. That's easier than the whole freaking chassis. And at that, they just ship it to Texas to go get it painted. They couldn't even do it at the track. So he lost a full week worth of practice and then didn't qualify for the Indy 500.
He did win the virtual one, though. He's got that.
Yeah. Oh, the virtual triple crown. I don't think he's.
The big one go off. Whoa, oh.
Oh. Yeah,
Almost had a
27's
moment.
off
Yeah,
there.
that was almost really, really close right there. The,
Everyone lives another day.
the 13 almost caused a casualty.
Losing
I wouldn't say it's
concentration
their
there.
fault. The 27 kind of went off on their own, and they
Well,
would have
yeah.
rejoined into the 13. So
We continue to wait here. Are we going to see any of these pit stops get served from these teams that need to serve their pit stops?
I hope so. Otherwise, I will have to drop the DQ hammer on them, which I do not love doing. But that is how this game works.
I mean, the 222 is going to have to do it really soon. They have 19 minutes they got to
I'm
make
about to
up.
say, yeah, they've got about 5 minutes to serve that. Otherwise they will not. They will not finish the race. I mean, they'll finish the race, but on paper, they won't.
They will not be scored.
Yeah, this is sad. The 16, no, not the 16, the 1. I was looking at some of the numbers for some of the cars. I'm like, oh, you're really close. And then now I'm looking, I'm like, oh, no, never mind, you're fine, you're good. We still got like 20 minutes left.
Yeah, especially sucks like with the ones. It's like only 5 minutes off.
Exactly. I was like, oh my gosh, no.
That's awkward.
That one's gonna be killer. No, it's not 16. There's a car that I thought would be close, but I think they're fine now. But yeah,
The real question, though, does Alonso beat Vettel at Red Bull?
Absolutely
Alonso?
not. I think Vettel's a better driver than Alonso.
Even with Alonso's pace in that 2012, Ferrari thing that they gave him. They didn't really call it a car.
it had 4 wheels, but
It's come from a guy who's been a Ferrari fan since he was 5. Like, that was terrible to watch.
Oh gosh.
Ferrari is the only people I can see squander a 40-point lead, not once, but now twice.
Gosh.
kinda
I
feel
started
the
watching it.
same about Alonso as I feel about Ricardo. I feel like both of them are a bit overhyped in their pace. They're both good, but they're not like these generational, like, they are so much better than everybody else type of drivers, in my opinion. They have good drives, but that's about it. And again, Ricardo's in the same boat of he doesn't build a team. Like, the team needs built around him, and then he just gets put in the car. And then again, he seems to burn bridges whenever he leaves. Not as badly as Alonso did, but I mean, his leave from Red Bull wasn't exactly pretty, and he's kind of, ruined his relationship with Renault.
No, Renault was fair though. I felt like personally. Red Bull, I mean, it was kind of more he was the second driver, and that's the thing. At Red Bull, you're always going to be the second driver, sadly.
He was going to be the first driver, though, until Verstappen kind of...
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
Verstappen said, by the way, I'm here.
He was praised, like, Ricardo was praised as the generational, this is the next guy. And then Verstappen showed up and was, like, so much better than him consistently. And it's like, okay, maybe Ricardo wasn't all that. But then Ricardo still gets talked about as if he was all that.
I think his time at Red Bull was, great. He had decent finishes,
He just hasn't been able to adapt to McLaren at all.
Exactly. Renault got screwed by Renault. Renault Alpine, whatever we call them.
It's definitely... It's interesting. I feel like Daniel and Checo are very similar drivers overall. But Checo was never praised as, yes, he's the next great thing.
Goes off.
Like, it's just kind of interesting to me.
Hey, Checo's always been, that driver that people always cheer on, and
Well, you can't hate Checo. Checo's awesome, but
definitely is a very good number 2 driver.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's the perfect number 2. And Ricardo would be a great number 2 as well, but he seems to not want to ever be a number 2.
Yeah,
and the grass there.
Does not want to play number 2 to a hot shoot.
Valtteri was the perfect number 2 for Mercedes for the last few years. Like, there are those guys that are they're the perfect number 2. Like, they are not the fastest guy in the world. They're not praised all the time. They are very consistent. They're good teammates. They work well with people, and they can help develop a car. I mean, look at that. Bottas went over to Alpha, and now Alpha's better than half the grid. Like, it's definitely... There's an art to me for drivers who can develop a car rather than be given a car.
I think that's really what gave Shimi a big odds on anyone.
Yeah. Oh, that was a big old...
But George Russell, though, with that pole position...
Okay, that came out.
If you heard my reaction there, watching it, I was just like, it's Ferrari, and then George Russell out of left field, I just lose my mind.
I definitely threw my Ferrari hat on the ground after that happened. I was not okay.
I was very pleased.
I was happy for George because I like George, but I was also like, wow, Ferrari really screwed Gucci again.
I was about to say, I was like, don't hate George Russell, love the guy, not a crazy fan for him, but gosh, seeing that was like, oh yes, please.
It was nice to see a pole lap that didn't have a purple. Like, I haven't seen one of those in a long time. It was nice.
That's why I was like so confused. Like, how did this man pull this out?
Sainz really messed up sector 2.
Yeah.
That should have been easy pole. I don't know what Leclerc was doing, because he's usually the pole man.
I was concerned Latifi was going to knock Schumi out.
On fire.
There in Q1 with the purple sector 1, and then somehow throws it all the way in sector 3.
Yeah, that was seeing Latifi with anything purple was just odd. I was like, there must be a glitch.
This isn't right.
Did he pay for this, or?
Did he pay for this?
He found the
it was a Canadian charm.
That must be Red Bull's payback for last year. Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, Red Bull kind of fell apart today in qualifying. Perez
off the pace and then engine trouble.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know how, first lap was like, okay, just allowed, oh, by the way, it's reinstated. Oh, your lap got screwed here. ... And then, yeah. So 10-11 tomorrow's race. We'll see how that goes down. I don't foresee it going very well.
Given what Russell did to Valtteri last year, I wonder if his race pace will actually be good enough to hold off the Ferraris for a couple laps.
Yeah, we'll see. It just depends on the pace of the Mercedes.
Yeah. I mean, Lewis couldn't find the pace, so. He did have the DRS issue, but still, probably would have been 4th or 5th.
Hard 22.
What did you guys get in return for Edmundo Sosa?
A left-handed relief pitcher from the Phillies.
There you go. That's what you guys need. It was more pitching.
Yeah, which I'm happy about. But I'm like, Sosa, no. And apparently did that also to make way for the young, the young. So interesting. Not quite sure, but
See, now you guys go after Juan Soto.
Don't. It's not how this works, Case.
He can play the infield. Just yell at him enough. He'll do it.
Our infield is probably one of the best infields.
I mean, you guys have just one of the better teams for sure.
It's true. Arenado's just made it great. Done a great job.
Yeah, and you guys basically got paid to take him.
Yeah.
Because his freaking contract is massive. It's always kind of interesting to me, Colorado is one of those teams in the MLB who could very, very easily just decide to be one of the best offenses in the league, like if it's nothing. Because they play in Colorado, right? They have the atmosphere there makes it where it's so much easier to hit a home run. It's so much easier to hit deep fly balls. And then their field is built with a large outfield. So, if they wanted to, they could be a really, really good team. But they just refuse to spend money.
Yeah. They just exist.
They would have to go a little bit cheaper on arms. You can't really have someone who throws a lot of fastballs. You got to have off-speed stuff and guys who have a lot of movement in their throw. And then you got to have basically some guys with some speed in the outfield. Outside of that, I mean, their team would just be good if they would just spend money. But they refuse to spend money, so it always cracks me up. At least it's not the Chicago White Sox. Dude, man, we were literally World Series favorites before the season started. We were number one in betting pool in Vegas for winning the World Series, and our team has just been utter hot trash. We'll be lucky to make the playoffs.
I'll see.
We'll probably make it, but we're riding on board here with the 22. 16 minutes remaining in this race, and the reason why we're riding on board with the 22 is because they've been closing the gap very slowly on the 10. It's been about a half a second a lap. They've been closing in. We're looking at the gap. See, they cross here 9.8 at the Sector 1 timing line. So, we're kind of right on that fringe of if they have enough time to close the gap or not. 13 being in front of them here, giving them a little bit of tow is possibly helping. But it's going to be interesting to see if they can close that gap. Actually go around the outside now of the 13, who's backs out and gives them Lesmo 2.
Yeah, they're running pretty identical lap times, 22 running about half a second faster on that last lap, so we'll see. But I don't foresee the 10. I don't foresee them catching up to the 10 in time with 15 minutes left in the race, but again, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's not impossible. Even more so, we have the 27 who's coming up behind the 10. So we'll see that kind of blue flag situation unfold, which the 22 won't have to deal with at any point. So I'm really curious to see how that goes. Yeah, talking about
That's a 94s off there at Lesmo 1 and 2. So back on the track a little slow.
talking about
pain
baseball again,
continues.
like
The pain continues. As it looks like the 222. Don't think they swapped their drivers. Nope.
they did not.
Did not swap the
They did not
drivers.
make their pit stop, so the 22
So-
will
Oh.
likely be getting the DQ unless if they have a protest that they think they met the driver time. And maybe
My other
Yes.
thing, the other thing is I can think of is electrical failure is the only thing I can really give you in terms
like
of.
they have to have some sort of proof or appeal to that to be able to combat it. But I mean, Robu, even with the traffic and the overtake there, closed 0.8 of a second on the 10. I mean, we're right on that fringe of them being able to make it and close this gap. They're going to have to really keep up the pace, and we're going to have to see the 10 maybe make a mistake. But it's not impossible for Octavian Robu to close this gap and have a chance at second place here. This one is not signed, sealed, and delivered like we were thinking it was just 10 minutes ago.
Closing the gap and passing, though, especially in the Porsche, is going to be difficult.
Oh, yeah. But it could make it fun at the end.
Yeah, for sure.
And I like fun.
So who replaces Vettel at Aston Martin?
That's I'm not quite too sure who they got in mind.
Nick DeFries, maybe.
Maybe.
Alex Albon, maybe.
Honestly, I don't know if Williams or Aston Martin's better, to be honest.
There, they
Yeah,
gotta
like-
slow down. They'll let the 27 through there at turn 1.
Because the thing is they're kind of letting kind of gap's now closed. What's our lap gap now in pit wall? Albon has been
7.7.
bringing that Williams up pretty good, and the thing is he'd be playing second fiddle to Stroll, even if he didn't want to, over
Yeah.
Aston Martin. Whereas he's kind of just like, well, we're equal on status, but Latifi's nowhere near me, so it doesn't really matter to me.
It's crazy how much they dropped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them. Like, with all their new personnel at Williams, like, having all those, like, big shots, just completely botched the rules. And then
Yeah.
Aston Martin couldn't cheat, so
They've copied the Red Bull, apparently.
not well.
Yeah, not well.
I think they got the top, and they forgot the bottom.
Yeah. It was funny seeing, the whole Haas copy Ferrari thing at Hungary, and then, Gunther's like, oh, why would you copy the Williams? Why would we copy a slower car? It's his rebuttal, and it's quite funny.
At least they copied the car with the right engine, you know?
Exactly. No. But,
I think an interesting long shot for taking an F1 seat is Alex Palou of IndyCar.
And
With the drama that's going on with him, he's now being sued by Chip Ganassi Racing.
yeah, 6 seconds is an hour gap.
Like, I think that the contract that McLaren thinks that he signed, that he himself has denied, but McLaren has said that he signed a contract. All the while, he has an active contract with Chip Ganassi that apparently they then thought that he was coming back to them. And, like, there's a whole bunch of really confusing things going on. Like, there might be, like, some breach of contract that will basically force him out of IndyCar.
Well,
And-
so
I mean, he's only 24. He's an IndyCar champion. He's driven in Formula 3. He has everything that's required. He could just hop over into an F1 seat, realistically speaking. And Aston Martin would be the team that would make sense because Palou doesn't have the money to go back with him, but Aston Martin doesn't need the money.
to my knowledge, and from what I've read, was the fact that it was initially Chip Ganassi Racing had put out a statement saying, "Oh, Palou's coming, signing for another season," and then Palou's like, "No, I haven't said anything. I didn't say you could use this."
Yeah.
And then a little bit later, he confirmed that he was racing for McLaren. And so that's that whole situation. Then, Chip's like, well, we're suing for this. And it's like, well
McLaren, he confirmed that, or like he had said that he planned on racing with McLaren, but the McLaren had never like officially said that, like never like officially announced they had signed him. And like to this point, there is no official confirmation as to what his contract situation is. It's just kind of there. And it's really weird.
McLaren F1 had said welcomes IndyCar champion to its driver roster for 2023.
Yeah.
So does that?
And like I said, well, and Alex denied that though. Like he's also actively denied that whole thing. And again, contract might be illegitimate because it could have been under a breach of the Chip Ganassi contract.
The AliExpress version of Red Bull.
which is why he's being sued. But it could be really interesting. I don't know this whole situation is fluffy.
Yeah, we'll see. As we have an 5.2 second. The gap is coming down
like I
really
said,
fast.
It's closing
now.
and it's being spicy. It's why we're riding, looking off the back of the BMW. You can see the Porsche in the back just consistently getting a little bit bigger, as he's using up all the track limits here to try to close it up. We're not quite going to get to 100 laps completed in this race. We're at 92 at the moment, just crossing to the 11 a.m. mark local time in game. You can see that BMW is pretty big. 4.2 seconds the gap now. He is there. I mean, it's not impossible. We're looking at maybe 5 laps left in this race. So, 6/10, 7/10 a lap. That's going to bring him into the slipstream. It's definitely not over. Oh, this is exciting.
So 104 now comes into the pits, I guess, for a fuel stop.
Yeah, because they had that off sequence earlier, so they're probably making this final pit stop because they were off sequence. So,
and what we'll see is the where's the car at? The one car is hiding there. They are going through sector 1 now. Still needs to make their pit stop to swap drivers. So we'll see. They still have about a lap or two to get that in there and make sure they get their 4 minutes time in.
Where's the gap at the sector 1 timing split? It is 4.1. Oh man, this is spicy.
Yeah.
Oh, this is spicy.
On that last lap,
Oh,
about a second and a half.
94 is
faster.
off. Out of tally.
92 comes through to pass.
Yep.
Or the 222 and the 12 both come by to pass.
Oh,
Looks like
sorry.
took that battle. And
I was thinking the 104 was the Bentley. The 104 is the BMW. It's a mistake on my part. Oh, I did that. Got the symbols right next to them.
last lap for the number 10 was 1.5 seconds slower than the 22.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big old bobble there in Ascari, though, for Octavian Robu. So maybe pushing it a little bit too much right now. You remember, you can't push too much at a track like Monza. This is not a track that rewards pushing. It rewards being patient. It rewards hitting your marks. It's definitely a part of the fun of a track like Monza is the way that it kind of rewards you just being consistent more than pushing. One of the reasons why I suck at this track. Gap 3.8 at the line. It's not quite close enough for him to make a challenge. He's gonna have to have a little bit of a mistake again to have a contend, similar to what happened there 2 laps ago. He's gonna need a mistake from the car in front. But heavy on the brakes. Roll it down in the turn 1, the right, back to the left. Now coming on the exit, back to the right. Long sweeping right-hander. Perfect Grande down towards the second chicane.
Last lap was only 0.2 faster than the 10 car, so they lost. The 10 gained a little speed there, and the 22 lost a little bit.
The Porsche.
Porsche really good under braking normally.
The blind turn in there for Lesmo 1 of the trickier corners on the racetrack, and really just in racing in general. Lesmo 2, you got to nail this one because it's so easy to mess up the exit and lose so much speed. 4/10 gain there just in sector 1 for Octavian Robu. All the time it looks like being found under braking right now. They get into the brakes so much later than everyone else, it feels. I mean, again here, almost to the 70 meter board going into the braking zone of Ascari. Like, that is so late. This car is hooked up at the moment. Another 4/10 knocked off in second 2, down to 3 seconds the gap with 4 minutes remaining. Can they keep that up? We're looking at maybe 9 more sectors in this race for this team. So if you keep on knocking it off at 4/10 of a second, it's going to put you right on the cusp of that 3 second mark they got to get. Oh man, it's close.
Wonder if they set up the car purposely with the Porsche's fuel tank where it is to be really good at the end of the race.
There goes another 3/10 knocked off in sector 3, 2.7 the gap. Yeah, that is a fair shout to wonder about. It just, do they really have that car tuned up for the light fuel at the end? The Porsche's fuel cell is on the front of the car rather than the back or in the center like it is with most cars. As the car lightens up, the front wheels kind of have less weight pushing them in the ground, and that could perhaps be something that they adjusted their rake of their car for.
Long closer than ever. Two big wheel, side by side.
Down into Ascari. Oh, the Honda with a big lockup and a wiggle onto the entry. Now looking around the outside of the second part of Ascari. Adam Long not quite going to do that one. Thinks better of it and backs out. That's probably the smart move there. You do not want to be side by side at the second part of Ascari. It's never going to
give him a good flash right there. Probably in frustration. .2 faster for the last lap for Robu.
Did not gain there in sector 1 or sector 2 though. Still 2.7 seconds the gap, so no time gained on this lap so far for Robu. Was really going to have a big couple laps here at the end to close that gap a little bit further. See what he can pull here in sector 3. Gotta wonder too if maybe the 10, a little bit of fuel save here. So now within the final 4 minutes, they're turning it up a notch. They feel a bit more comfortable pushing harder. Let's see at the line, still 2.7, so no time gain for Octavian Robu that time around. 1 second slower than their personal best. A few tenths slower than what they've been running. Robu's going to have it be nearly perfect for these next 2 laps in order to have a chance at the 10.
Nearly identical lap times that last lap, the 150.37 from the 10 and a 153 or 150.35 from Robu there.
Looks like 10's probably kicking into high gear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Meanwhile, our leader Tristan Bullwinkle currently cruising along with 1 minute left in this race. Realistically speaking, they could very well slow this down and make this the final lap of their race. Behind them is second position. Exactly.
Big Will under big pressure.
Side by side.
Can the Bentley outbrake him?
Tries it on the inside. Ooh, side by side.
A little bit of a wash off the inside, but does get the move done. Now the Honda's got the legs though, so can they charge back into turn 1?
I think the 222 gave him a little tap there, but it's not crazy.
All fair play here on the outside. The Honda, look at its legs stretch.
Will the Bentley give him room? Oh, no.
That chops him off a little bit. Let's see.
Some risky defending there. Bentley could get turned.
Yes. As the 16 gets a drive-through, probably for track limits, I assume.
Right at the end of the race, what an unfortunate time. Bumper to bumper contact there between the Honda and the Bentley. All good,
Aggressive,
all fine. Everybody's
defensive.
still rolling along, but a little bit of bumper-to-bumper contact there under the fending.
It's the
And
white flag now for the leader.
Bentley is cruising along. Yeah, it is. And Robu, by the way, down to 1.4 seconds on that gap to 10. Really trying to close it back in and make another chance to fight for second. And again, as we're mentioning, the final lap for the overall leader. It's all unfolding all in the final 5 minutes of this race. So much going on. Tristan Bullwinkle making it through Lesmo 2 one last time here. We're going to take another look at what's going on.
Mercedes could come into play here if he does not get out of the way. Also giving a nice slipstream to the BMW.
Ooh, as the 22 gets a good move into the Scari down the straight. They're side by side now.
There's
Ooh, they'll
the
try-
team, a little bit of teammate help here, perhaps.
Oh,
Around the
they get
outside.
it.
What a move.
Jinx, we say it at the same time. Big time teammates playing right there.
I don't think there's any blocking from either of the cars.
Yeah, no, just a little bit of the slipstream help. A little bit of the slipstream help. As Tristan Bullwinkle coming one last time through Parabolica, slowing it down, flashing the headlights. Celebration, the Jaguar.
Oh, BMW off.
Oh, what happened?
Lost it on the exit.
Leader takes the line there.
Robu with a hero drive for second.
Yes. Not
We're
quite
gonna
sure
have
what
to go
happened with the
back
10
and
there.
watch
It was
this
a
on
little
replay.
contact there on that cooldown lap.
As the Grid Finder Racing crew in the Jaguar bringing home the win at Monza. Spinning up the wheels, going through the fog, celebrating it.
Mustache
Big
Club
ol'
gonna
slide
sleep good
down
tonight.
into turn one.
Very good drive from Robu. If there was a driver of the day, I would give it to him. The Porsche, nonetheless, on Monza.
Looks very, very excited to have gotten that victory. You can see them all wiggling it out around the racetrack right now. We're going to have to go back and rewatch that final lap battle between the 10 and the 22 and really get a good look at what exactly happened there.
The 16 will cross the line in 4th place. Now, unofficially, the 222 will cross the line in 7th. Here comes the 1, the last car to cross the line here. There you go, and that is the race. This time we'll get the drivers' reactions. And
Yes, let's
interviews.
get some interviews in the booth. Be sure to put that into the endurance chat, Ethan, for them to join the waiting room. I would like to speak to our overall winners. We're going to watch here on board with Robu as they come through the second to last turn, or second chicane, sorry, and then through the 2 Lesmos. I want to watch as they get the run out of Lesmo 2 and the fight down toward the Scari. Exactly what set up this fight. So Lesmo 2, a bit of an inside crunch on that curve for the BMW, the 10. Ended up really losing a lot of straight line speed there. Robu gets right up to the rear end. Peeking left, now peeking right, has the teammate up ahead. A little bit of a slipstream, going to go for that big outbreaking move on the outside. Watch it from the helicam. They make it stick. Oh, what a move that was from Octavian Robu to go take second place there in the closing seconds of the race. That was so exciting to watch.
Now we got our winning team there, hiding in the waiting booth. If you
Welcome, welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Well, talk about a fun drive, huh?
Yeah, very fun drive. Yeah. I did the egg and it was good.
Getting getting away with the start there at turn one, going through and managed to get through all the calamity that happened, and then never looking back.
Oh yeah, the start was a scary one. We got pushed on the grass and then, yeah, just pray.
Yeah, we were lucky to survive that.
Yeah, that was definitely a fantastic save that you guys managed to pull, just to keep that car pointing in the right direction. I mean, as you mentioned, you got pushed off a little bit to the right into the grass, and you know, I mean, that could very easily be dangerous, especially at the braking zone where you guys can lose it and come back across and really cause issues. So, definitely a nice job keeping that car pointed straight. And then again, you know, you guys got through the first chicane and got out in the lead, and again, never really looked back.
Yeah, just gave it our all, had a lot of fun. In the end, I think we managed to lap everyone, which was why we kept pushing. Just yeah, having fun. And I
Jag,
think
no
in
less. In the Jag, no less.
yeah, I mean, honestly, we just thought this morning, Saturday morning, not Nürburgring, Spa 24 is going on. Would be fun to have an endurance race, and then we found this thing here, and we just said, well, we don't really know the drivers here, so let's pick just a fun car and see where we end up. And in the end, that's just what happened, and we had a lot of fun.
That was definitely a shock to everybody, I would say, to kind of just show up and put it up front like that. After qualifying in second, and then to just be able to take that Jag of all cars and put on such a dominant show is definitely showcase to you guys, and being able to put that on. We're more than glad to have you guys show up for this race.
Yeah, thanks for organizing the race. But really, the
was a lot
Jag
of
isn't
fun.
too bad. Like, it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well,
Let's
if
do
it's not that bad,
sunset.
then you can continue driving it. I won't.
Nope, I pass.
Anyways, thanks guys for organizing. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, maybe we'll be there for the next race.
Yeah, the next race, of course, is our 4 hours of Zilder, which will be a good, solid amount of fun, hopefully. And we hope to for that race get a little bit more of a pack grid and a bit more cars here, and really be able to make that one a good fun event. So hopefully we can see you guys come back for that.
Yeah, maybe in the Porsche Cup.
Oh no.
Anyways, guys, have a nice remaining Saturday or whenever your listeners are watching this.
You guys as
Have
well.
a nice evening,
Thanks
guys.
for stopping by.
Bye-bye.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring in second place, the number 22, Octavian Robu and Quantin here. What's going on, guys?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How about that drive, huh?
Oh,
That was
Octavian was amazing.
yeah, that was a heck of a push to watch there at the end. It was really exciting. I remember, again, with like 15 minutes to go there, I'm like, hey guys, there's a chance there's gonna close this gap. It's gonna happen. And they're like, nah, surely not. Like, no, it's gonna. And then, sure enough, Octavian with one corner to go makes the move on the outside of Ascari on the final lap, and of course maybe a little bit of a help there with the tow from the teammate car, the 94. And it was a bold move around the outside, making it stick, not going off, but also not squeezing the BMW in the process. Was mega to watch, and definitely a lot of fun to see there at the end of the race. But I gotta ask about the situation with the kind of maybe bending under pressure a little bit whenever the 104 was sneaking up behind you guys and just completely blew the turn one chicane, and resulting in that drive-through penalty.
That happened twice, didn't it? Yeah, I can't explain it to myself. Like, I just tried to brake straight, and the car went. I don't understand it. It's a big skill issue. That's all. The 104 was generally a lot faster, so we didn't want to fight too much. But the bigger issue from that was that the rear tires got damaged.
Yeah, I mean, what it looked like, at least from like the external cameras and from the replays, it kind of looked like that you locked up the rear end just slightly as you were like kind of coming back to the outside of the track, trying to widen the entry. You kind of locked up the rear wheels just a little bit, and those two actions happening at the same time just kind of sent the car hard left.
Possibly.
Which was definitely really awkward. But then, was it following you guys where that Bentley had that moment? I think that was chasing you guys as well.
Oh yeah.
Where the Bentley's just right up behind you, and then just nope.
I don't know how they lost it, but I'm happy I'm not too happy they lost it, but I'm happy they lost it. You know how it is.
Yeah. You're not necessarily happy for their outcome, but you're okay with the result they gave you.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. That was a really solid drive there to watch at the end by Octavian. That was a lot of fun to watch, and glad that we got to see that exciting moment there right at the end of the race.
Yeah, I was pushing like a madman for the whole last 30 minutes. I figured out, okay, I can really catch this car. I can really do it. Okay. Lap after lap, I kept pushing myself. I even got a bit of a sore wrist because I usually run quite high force feedback, and Monza is especially hard with the bumps because it keeps bumping you around. It got even a bit tiring at the end. I just wanted to get through it. I saw that for the last 2 laps I made some mistakes and I didn't catch up as much as I needed, and I figured out, okay, it's gonna get close, but no cigar. Probably I'm gonna need one more lap. And then I saw him make a little mistake in the Variante della Roggia. And I thought, okay, the pressure is on to him now because he's feeling the pressure. He's thinking, oh my god, he's gonna overtake. And then I thought, okay, it's all mine. I just gotta keep it together. And there it was, the mistake on the second Lesmo. Unfortunately, and as you might have saw, the second I pulled out of his slipstream, my car bogged down because it's a Porsche and it's Monza. Whatever you do to it, it's not gonna be a very fast car. That was my only shot. Yeah, I just had it to get it there, and I'm glad it worked. Yeah. I'm still amazed we took P2 in the Porsche at Monza. It's amazing.
It was a long one.
And yeah, because it was only the two of us.
Yeah, sorry about the driver swap issues. I don't know if again that was a part of the DDoS protection or if that was just an ACC thing.
It was part of the DDoS protection.
I gotcha.
Our driver didn't sign into SGP before the race, before the server starts.
I see. Okay.
So that is one thing that is quite specific and needs to be followed.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you for that information. I'll try and get that over to those guys. Yeah. Again, they didn't quite give us much information about how it works other than, hey, you need to make sure you're signed in and that you have spectators set.
Yeah, it's written in their blog post about driver changes.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Hope to see you guys again, next round. And great job. My headset fall off. Great job for finishing P2.
Thank you.
And I hope to see you guys at Zolder next month. So.
Oh, definitely. Zolder is one of my favorites. Definitely. So thank you for having us.
Yep.
Thanks for hosting it.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
have a good evening.
Yeah, you too, guys.
Yes. Thank you. See you.
See ya. All right. I think we have one more driver interview here from. Welcome.
Good evening.
All right. Sorry, I don't recognize the name on Discord, but which car were you guys driving for?
So we were the 222 Bentley Continental.
Okay.
Wilson Conan Sport Racing.
Ah, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I know quite an odd choice for Monza, the Bentley. Yeah, but see, it was my teammate Sean. So I'm Adam Long,
Mhm.
A Long.
Okay.
My teammate Sean, it was his first ever team endurance in ACC.
Oh, I
Um,
gotcha.
and he really likes the Bentley, and we've done public lobby racing. Like he's newish to kind of competitive ACC, so we've been doing a lot of Monza public lobbies, and yeah, so we picked the Bentley. He likes the Bentley, and we decided, what a great way to introduce him to the whole team endurance with this event. And honestly, yeah, we both enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah. Well,
So
thanks for joining us. I know it wasn't the best of races there. Kind of got caught up with penalties and different issues, but you guys were one of the cleaner teams out there, so it was nice to have you guys.
yeah,
You know,
it was. So we started off in sixth, and then there was a crash on the first turn. I think one of the DSRT guys were involved in it. But
yeah,
anyway, we got up to fourth, and we tried to have a go at the Porsche. I was in the car at the time. We had the pace to do it, but going into turn one, I tried to fake a move, and I don't know if it was just the way the air off his car hit mine, or I just got on the grass a slight bit. But as I was swerving, I spun the car out and tapped against the front stretch wall. So gave us 8 seconds of damage and caused us to fall back.
yeah.
It yeah,
I
so that
can
was
assure you
kind
that
of
you did not make it on the grass at all. It was purely just the weight transfer of turning to the right mixed with the way that the arrow change was. Because yeah, there was no grass or anything like that. It was just purely just something of just that exact movement.
yeah,
Caused
yeah.
that.
I
It's
get
definitely
you.
one of those kind of fluky things.
Yeah, like I think it's just racing too aggressive at the start. I think if we could just kind of like we know the Porsche is kind of infamous for being so slow in the straight. So we had, I think I could have waited a few laps to actually get past him on the straight or something. But yeah, we did the hour, switched over to Sean. Sean had a great stint there. Unfortunately, we got caught up with a crash involving someone with the Porsche again. I kind of find as we were on his back, this was for third, I think. He kind of comes up the track to defend, but he doesn't go all the way to the left of the track, and it caught Sean off guard going into the second chicane, and
Ah,
he had to kind of brake a bit to let off to avoid hitting the Porsche. And yeah, he spun out and hit the wall. And what happened was next was very interesting because the car hit the wall very hard, so of course it was very hard to drive. So he swapped to me, and this is about an hour 15 left, and the Bentley only has 120 liters in the fuel tank. So we had to fuel save a lot of the time, and and that's you probably saw on the stream where with that Honda for the majority of the last stint, and I used him as a way to save fuel. So on the straight, I just let off the throttle to about 85-90% in order to save fuel with speed into slipstream. And I think if that Honda wasn't there, I don't think we actually would have made it at the end. We had 2 liters left.
oh gosh, yeah.
But we made it past them there in third lap. We gunned it. We put into max engine mode for the last 3 laps, and yeah, we got past them.
Yeah,
Nail biting for sure, but such a fun race. So
yeah, it was a
yeah,
great
I really
drive to
enjoyed
watch
it.
there at the end between you and the 12, as well as the battle for the podium there. You caught your guys' eye that you had closed up, and really using that draft. Nice, always good to see.
Yeah, kind of had to use it to our advantage because the Bentley isn't. It's no Honda in the straight. You
Mhm.
really need to if you get out front, you need to break that draft.
Yes.
And it's yeah, I think we did a good job holding off the Honda at the end.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Would love to see you guys again if you want to, and have time. Zolder next month. Let me see the date on it. Should have it up
Showing
here,
on
actually.
stream now, August 20th,
Oh, look
2020,
at that.
1600 UTC, the 4 hours of Zolder. I figured it was a
That
bit
would be amazing.
convenient based on how today's turn 1 went to do a banner board in which the cars are crashing.
Of course.
So there's a Ferrari hitting a Porsche, which was actually, it was literally all the screenshots I take for these banners are always AI. I let the AI race and I turn up their aggressiveness really high so they try to make moves a little bit. And this was a Ferrari outbraked itself, hit the back of a McLaren, which then hit the back of a Ferrari, which then spun the Ferrari into a Porsche that then caused it to then hit an Audi. it was really, really funny watching the chain of events of these AI just wrecking each other. It's always kind of funny seeing that with AI. It's quite cool to see that they can cause wrecks. But yes, 4 hours of Zolder, August 20th, 2022, round 3 of the Summer Endurance Championship, and definitely we hope to see you all there. It'd be a lot of fun, and we're push really hard. I want to see a good grid for that. So spread the word, put the name out. Again, as Ethan said, all the info for that will be released tomorrow or over the weekend, and we really want to get things rolling and get back to a good groove and a good big grid like we had a few months ago. So definitely get the word out.
Definitely, will do. Put in my racing league.
Well,
We'll leave you to it, lads. Take care.
Yeah,
Good
see
job.
ya.
Good job commentating today.
And I think that will do it for our stream. Again, as I just mentioned, those of you who are still here in the Twitch chat, in a month's time, well, not even a month's time, August 20th, we'll be back here live once again with the 4 Hours of Zolder. As Ethan was kindly mentioning during the race, and we've discussed a little bit about Race Room, we have our Thursday night TCR series, which is based on North America time zones for the nights at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern U.S. time. So if you guys are in a North American time zone, or you're in the UK and you just typically don't go to sleep until 3 a.m. because you're a sim racer, so of course you don't, come show up, come race with us. It's a lot of fun, and we want to see you guys there. And if you haven't already, join our Discord. Come follow us on Twitch. The link to our Discord is discord.gg/GNG Esports. Doesn't get much easier than that. It's just our name at the end of discord.gg. And yeah, that's about all I got to say though for now. Ethan, if you have any last words, and Joe as well.
I'm just gonna say thank you for letting me come and commentate. This is pretty fun.
It was
Glad
fun
to
having
have you.
Yeah.
If you want to join us for Zolder, whether racing or commentating, I'd gladly allow you.
I do like racing Zolder.
Zolder is a real fun racetrack. It's a real fun racetrack, especially in ACC. It's a really good scan of it. All right. Well, that's gonna do it. We'll see y'all at Zolder, and bye for now.